Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chedonbrum. Welcome to this very, very interesting event. Very pleased to see that the room is just about full. And this is the first in a series of events, which is called the Knowledge Series. The Knowledge Series is like with all knowledge, you need to first get something, an input, in order for yourself to produce some output, which again enables you to share this information with co-workers, with colleagues, with friends, and with that kind of information, you are now enabled to do innovation. And that's how you should look upon it. What you will hear today in all the sessions is the foundation of the next wave of IT. Without those fundamentals, it would be very hard to achieve the next wave of IT, which in essence is not limited to the big corporations or the big government institutions. Every company will use IT to achieve their goals in the future. IT will be affordable, ready, whether it's telephony or IT, to everyone at an instance. It's our job as innovative leaders to create those platforms that will enable the businesses so they can consume this in a simple manner. So they can focus on their business and not focus on the complexities of IT. So today, I have the big pleasure of introducing founder, Mr. Bashir Kurimji, Chairman and MD of Emtel, who will start the session. Very proud to say that Emtel were the first to offer 3G in Africa. That is one achievement. I really am impressed. Second in Africa to offer LTE, and also a founding member of the fourth largest mobile company in the world, Bharti Airtel. Now that is foresight, and I really look forward to see what is the next level of foresight. And after Mr. Kurimji, we have Minister Honorable Tasarajan Pillai Chedonbrum, who actually is very famous outside your country. Mauritius is now known, if you read the World Economic Forum, Mauritius is known for putting IT at the forefront of its economy. Innovation. Every time I hear Mauritius mentioned out in the world, whether it's an A.T. Kearney report, whether it's a World Economic Forum, innovation and IT comes together. And I think you have unique opportunity, both because of geography of your country, which is you can connect everyone. It's not like Sudan or something like that has a big challenge in this. You can actually drive innovation and be on the forefront. And you can try new technologies, and you've shown that. You've shown that. You can try new technologies out and hence be ahead of the others. So I think you are on a very, very important and correct and strategic trajectory of taking your country to the next level. So with that short introduction, I will leave the podium to Mr. Kurimji.
Thank you for the nice words. It's been a long journey, but we still have a long way to go before we can achieve the targets that we want to. And we're trying to do it as best as we can. Honorable Tasarajan Pillai Chedonbrum, Minister of ICT, executives from public and private sectors, members of the press, members of the Emtel family, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. It gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome you all today to this Knowledge Series workshop organized jointly by the Ministry of ICT and Emtel. Let me at the outset express my deep gratitude to the Honorable Minister of ICT, who has indeed welcomed this idea of knowledge sharing. Together with the support of the staff of his ministry, we have been able to organize this workshop today. I would also like to thank our distinguished speakers from South Africa and Dubai who will certainly share the best practice in technological innovation from an international perspective. I also thank all the distinguished speakers from local institutions who have taken the time off from their busy schedules to share their knowledge and experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformational power of ICTs in connecting people, improving business efficiency, and empowering communities eliminates any doubt about the importance of making these technologies accessible to all and ensuring that everyone has the capacity to harness their potential from enterprise to individual. ICT is not only about connectivity. More importantly, it is about leveraging the power of connected technologies for inclusive and sustainable development. Bringing technologies to the people goes beyond the provision of infrastructure and hardware. Two phenomenal technology transformation shifts are taking place. There is growing evidence that migrating business on mobile computing and cloud have reached a tipping point, and it is now no longer a trend, but rather an absolute business requirement. It is, however, perceived that the greatest need is for initiatives that encourage learning about the benefits of those emerging technologies. Although Mauritius witnesses a high rate of adoption of technology, there is, however, still growing evidence that the usage of applications and adoption of next-generation technologies are still at the infancy stage. Unfortunately, the growth of ICT availability has not been aligned by an equally rapid expansion in knowledge concerning the opportunities and the challenges that ICT presents, and the ways to effectively leverage the potential of ICTs for development. Without awareness, understanding, adequate access, and capacity to utilize ICTs, many organizations will be left behind and would indeed create another level of now corporate digital divide. It is against this backdrop that Emtel has found it worthy to take a step ahead for creating awareness to the ICT players for better understanding that now technology is at their doorstep, and it is for them to leverage on the numerous opportunities that are available. To bring this knowledge gap, Emtel, in partnership with the Ministry of ICT, is organizing this event today. I like it when people call for action and actually try to stand up and move forward, especially with a high pace of growth of technologies. Now is the time for action, for collective action, as we believe in a true public-private partnership agenda. And I know that together we will succeed in building the intelligent Mauritius. I really believe that innovation needs our best minds and our best thinking, and that is why your presence today, all of you here today, is so important. Rest assured, Honorable Minister, you can always count on Emtel for the next stages of growth in your ICT policy journey. We are particularly happy to see your very strong support for the successful implementation of our several projects to further make broadband internet more accessible. As technology matures and with the pace of innovation, the initiative of Knowledge Series Workshop will indeed help promoting a culture of adoption with the start of a quarterly event, as we believe technology not only is not adequate without proper sharing and experiencing it. This workshop with the theme on how to improve business performance through the adoption of technologies is indeed very timely. Emtel is celebrating this year a quarter century in pioneering innovation. We are proud for the contribution to the digital economy and innovation across all sectors of the economy. As you are aware, investment and innovation in the digital sphere will be the key drivers of future growth, of jobs and competitiveness. I can still remember the days when we didn't have mobiles and the inconveniences that we had for communication. Today, we cannot live without our mobile device. In a few moments, our CEO, Shyam Roy, will take you through the highlights of Emtel's technological investments to ensure that your needs as customers are satisfied. We hope that you spend a great day with us, and our wish is to ensure that you keep growing your business wisely and successfully. Thank you for your presence, and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kurumji. Next on stage, and please welcome the Right Honourable Minister Tazarajan Pillai Chedumburum. Please welcome.
Mr. Bashir Karimji, the Chairman of Emtel, Mr. Shyam Roy, its CEO, Mr. Kim Anderson, CXO Consultant, the peers of my ministry, captains of the industry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press. I must say that I'm very happy and deeply honored to be here today on the occasion of the opening of this first ever knowledge series of workshops organized by Emtel, and most interesting, in collaboration with the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Distinguished guests, this shows one thing which is very important, that government has been successful in creating that conducive environment so that public and private can sit together and make things happen for the good of this country. Let me, at the very outset, commend Emtel not only for this laudable initiative, but for the remarkable work that you have accomplished in this country for the past 25 years. And I understand that you are the first mobile telephony operator in the Southern Hemisphere. And given Emtel's consistent track record throughout, we have no doubt at the level of government that it will meet its responsibility towards the recent measures contained in the last budget presented by our government. As part of upcoming policy on issues of poor network coverage in some parts of the island, we are also confident that Emtel will offer its wholehearted participation. You will agree with me today, despite all the good work that we have been doing, despite what we have done to make ICT an important pillar of our economy, yet still we have some progress to make, and we have to be honest with ourselves. When we see things which are not in the way we want it to be, we have to voice out. And I'm sure that I will get the entire support of our operators to make it happen. For example, when you are on the motorway, M1, or on the Terrouz-Verdun new road, we have that poor reception. The regulator has conducted an inventory of the situation. We have seen some dark spots, and now we are going to address the issues. We have pointed out how we can, in the short term, make things happen, and in the long term, what we intend to do. Today, as Emtel inaugurates its knowledge series workshop, I must commend the efforts of this company to make its responsibility towards information and knowledge in this sector. This falls in line with the ministry's own concern with providing a constant flow of information and knowledge to ICT stakeholders as well as the general public. Emtel's Knowledge Series workshop aimed at creating a discussion forum for building ICT infrastructures and capacities for Mauritian business system, and is certainly an initiative that we must applaud. Ladies and gentlemen, the Knowledge Series workshop, I must say, comes at the right moment to give an impetus to the actions already undertaken by the Mauritian government in trying to improve business performances through adoption of innovative technology. This is a growing amount of research that aims at bringing out the critical role of information and communication technologies, ICT, and innovation technologies in improving business performances. Today's initiatives bring some of the most salient issues in ICT to the forefront. For instance, I've got the opportunity. Yesterday, while talking to my advisor, I came across the program that you're going through today, and I've seen there are interesting features like cloud computing, fiber to the home, data centers and disaster recovery, IPv6, amongst others that you're going to point out today. And what is most interesting, at the same time, I can see those who are going to intervene. I can see officers from my ministry, officers from the public sector, who will, in the same flow, come together with foreign consultants to enlighten us on what is the next way forward. Cloud solutions, for example, is one of the most pressing topics in the field today. Until now, we must admit there seems to be a resistance to adopting new technologies like cloud computing. This is because people have a tendency to think that their data is safe and sound in servers. The fact is, as the experts know, that cloud computing is actually a safer, more secure, and reliable means of storing data. And the added benefit is also that cloud computing using cloud technologies rather than physical infrastructure greatly helps to reduce the carbon footprint of IT technologies and move us forward in the green ICT project. We must admit it. Still, there is some resistance to change. People are afraid. Their data, there may be hacking and all that. And when we have such type of knowledge series, where the whole nation will have the opportunity to see for themselves that we have to adjust to new technologies if we want to make things happen, this is the way forward. When I see FTTH, I'm very happy that this is on the agenda today. I can still recollect during our electoral campaign, we said that we are going to change our existing copper infrastructure and replace it by optic fiber. And today, we can see that it is a reality. Government's vision is to carpet the whole island with optic fiber. You all know the philosophy of our government, and that of our Prime Minister in particular. Put people first. Today, all these facilities are accessible to you, but what you want today is to have capacity, quality of service. And I can tell you that we will be among the top leaders in the world when we complete that exercise of carpeting our island with optic fiber. With FTTH, now we are able to move from simply providing an internet connection to providing quality technology to the whole population. The only way to have both accessibility and quality technology and service is to make the move from traditional copper cabling to fiber technology. As it stands today, true it is, MT and Bharat Telecom are already well underway in setting up their fiber connection to the home throughout the island, and I know that Emtel was experiencing some administrative setbacks in their own FTTH deployment, but I have also been informed that these setbacks have been resolved, and Emtel is also in phase of setting up its fiber optic network. You realize, gentlemen, when we complete that exercise of cooperating our island with optic fiber, the quality of internet facilities that we will have in this country, we have nothing to envy from those big nations. I've seen another interesting subject, and I commend Emtel for choosing to place the data center and disaster recovery services at the center of discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, one, it's true, we mean business in government. We want to make IT the main pillar. When we say that we want to put people first in what we do, we know that the best way forward is to use technology. And in so doing, the end result will be we will be putting people first. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, one of the objectives of government as part of its strategy to make Mauritius a regional ICT hub and to position Mauritius as a data center and disaster recovery destination on the regional and why not the global scale. We must be able to use our geographical position as well as our relations with world superpowers in order to capitalize on Mauritius' ICT resources and potential. We must also be able to move from traditional areas like BPO call centers to value-added services like a data center and disaster recovery services. In this respect, we welcome Emtel's initiative to set up their center, and we look forward to a future partnership with Emtel. Given government's own need in terms of cloud computing services, we are aware that an even closer private-public partnership with partners like Emtel is essential, for example, for the hosting of cloud services. Another area that deserves to be acknowledged and which you took it on board is the IPv6. After years of rapid internet expansion, the pool of available IP addresses, known as IPv4, has been fully allocated to users. That's why we need to migrate to IPv6, the next generation of the internet protocol that has a massively bigger address space than IPv4. I can still recollect some, at the last National Assembly session, one of my good friends in the opposition told me, hey gentlemen, we've just migrated to 8-digit migration in the telephone services, and now you're talking about migrating from IPv4 to IPv6. Then I told him that if we are doing so, gouverner c'est prévoir. We have to see to it that we must not wait for the 11th hour to take decision. already on a population of 7 billion people, we have more than 4.5 billion addresses which have already been taken up. We don't want to wait for the last hour to migrate. And when we migrate towards IPv6, then we have non-alien addresses available. So you can see. And I understand that ICT has already migrated to IPv6. And I wish, and I strongly encourage operators to follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, the entire purpose of this workshop is for sharing knowledge among stakeholders so that we can improve the quality of goods and services on offer. And that's why I'm happy. Alone, government, despite all our best endeavors, it will not be only difficult, but practically impossible for us to do that work alone. And with the help of the private sector. And I see you have a series of knowledge sessions that we will have where you can rest assured government will support that initiative. And you will have our entire support. And I'm happy to see officers of my ministry, officers of institutions falling under the portfolio of my ministry, who will be participating in this session. And I hope we will continue on that way. We have a long way to go, but we have to start the journey. And we are, I believe, and I sincerely hope that everyone here will agree with me that this is the way forward. Information is of paramount importance when we want to tell people. Mostly because we have to admit that we have to admit, and we have to be sincere about it, there is still that resistance to change. Some people believe that by adopting new technology, this is very difficult, this is very costly. Today I'm not going to change myself to learn new technologies. It costs me a lot of money. But when you will see the end result, the quality of service that you're getting, and the reduction of carbon emitting from that, you will agree with me that it's worth doing that journey together. Ladies and gentlemen, I personally believe in it, that we must strive to produce quality services and products and low-cost solutions for our customers and citizens. Accessibility should not be our only objective. Accessibility should not be our only objective. We must also ensure affordability of products and services across the board. This we want both in government. In this sense, we must be able to use ICT to help address global challenges, such as climate change and sustainable development. Yes, innovation is a must, but it cannot be at the mercy of our environment and ecosystem. That's why we encourage people, for example, to move towards cloud computing. Less emission of carbon, less electricity, less waste, and at the same time you are contributing towards Maurice Île Durable. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly happy today to associate myself to Emtel's initiative, and at the level of government, we believe that there is need for continued knowledge sharing in the ICT sector. As you can all see, distinguished guests, government has a digital vision to continue to provide the best quality products and services for its citizens, to make ICT into one of the biggest GDP contributors in our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to congratulate Emtel for this initiative of the Knowledge Series workshop, which I believe will be a quarterly event. Mr. Roy will agree with me that we've agreed to that, and you can rest assured that we will be with you. We will support you in that way, because we have big vision for the country, and we believe, this government believe in what ICT can do for this country. Gentlemen, it is on this note that I declare the first ever Knowledge Series Workshop 2014 officially open. I thank you for your kind attention and have a fruitful working session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Minister Chidamrum. I think there were some very good, solidly founded visions in what the rest of us are now here to execute on. And I don't know if you know, there's actually a country in Scandinavia where I come from. I come from Denmark, for those who think, what is this funny accent? Finland. Have you heard of Finland? The Nokia phones? It's not Japanese. Most people think Nokia was Japanese. In the constitution of Finland, you have the right to internet access. In the constitution. And I think that may also be something that could be achieved in Mauritius, because with that fiber to the home, then it's actually already there. With that, I need to do a few housekeeping, or set some housekeeping rules. In case of fire, exit is over here. Not over there, please. Over here. Toilets around the corner. During break, there will be coffee and snacks in here, behind you. The first break is in about 45 minutes. Then you will have half an hour for networking. We have a second break at around, let me see, at around, probably it's going to be something like 1:30, is my guess. And then we have the last session coming up. And with that, I would like to then introduce the CEO, Mr. Shyam Roy, on this podium here. Mr. Shyam Roy has been a good 25 years with Emtel. So I think from both operational point of view, he's been very instrumental of driving Mauritius to where it is now, supporting that part of the economy. And I've also noticed going around here, people don't mind speaking on the mobile phones in this country at all. So I think he has been very successful. So please welcome on stage, Mr. Shyam Roy.
The risk of being the third speaker, the first to say everything you want to say. But I have kept a few for myself. Good morning, all of you, and welcome to this very first knowledge series. Honorable Minister, executives from, executives from the private sector and also executives from the government sector, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to just take you through an overview of the contribution of Emtel so far and what we expect to do in the future. So first of all, I'm just going to talk to you. And before I go there, Mr. Minister, I would like to reassure you the road from Veda to the north. We have been working on that already. Actually, we did it deliberately so that people don't drive and talk, which is illegal. So we are going to correct that. The fine is 2,000 rupees, I believe. So I'm going to start to say a few words about the pioneering innovations of Emtel in the past 25 years. It's a long time. My hair's grade. My colleague here is worse than me, is no here now. So we were the first mobile operator in the Southern Hemisphere, and I must say, at that time in 1988, the directors, the shareholders, have been extremely bold to invest in such a technology. And this boldness still exists today when we are still moving ahead into new technologies, which other people don't believe in. We were, like the minister mentioned, the founding, or is it Tim who mentioned that, right? We're the founding partner in Bharti Airtel, which is the fourth largest company in the world today, and very advanced too, and present in Africa. We were the first to launch 3G in Africa, and the CEO of Vodafone wasn't very happy because we beat him by 1 day. That was extremely unfortunate for him. And of course, we launched the 4G or LTE, whatever you may call it, in Mauritius in 2014. But we have been known more as a mobile company, Emtel Mobile. People talk about the phone as an Emtel. It's like a mobile company. But since some time, we are now looking into other areas of ICT. We are going into fiber optics, fiber to the home, and fiber to the business. We have invested in international connectivity through our consortium partnership in Lion 2. We have been offering fixed wireless solutions to the home for voice and data, and we also have data center. The fixed solutions, which offers basic voice and SMS on the first phase handset, and also very high speed data up to 21 Mbps on the routers. We have invested in a backbone, fiber backbone underground, around the island, to be able to cater, and that was done, excuse me, Shamim, what is the password here? This is the problems with IT, you know, passwords management. This, we have invested in this cable many years ago in forecasting the needs in the future for data. And today we see that this is extremely helpful because without this fiber, many things could not have been achieved. This whole place here, Eban Cyber City, has been fibered, if you can use the word. And every plot in this building, in this area, every building is connected with fiber. And the time to connect today is going to be extremely fast if you need data or voice services here in this area. And we are going to extend this fiber to the business in other business areas as well. As for international connectivity, we are, like I said, member of the Lion 2 consortium, and therefore we have completely independent and ample capacity from Mauritius to all the way Europe and around the world. And it's available whenever you want, and whatever capacity you want. And we have redundancy as well, and we have other redundancies through other cable companies as well. The data center, we're going to talk about that later, but we have a real data center, unique of its kind in Mauritius. There's no other data center like this one, despite what many people can say. This is the only Tier 3 compliant data center in Mauritius. It's located in Arsenal. It's connected via the fiber backbone to here and to many other places, and also connected internationally through our international submarine cables. We are going to go through the different features of the data center later, but the main one is to make sure that, first of all, it's a solid building. It's got redundant power, security, we have monitoring, and all the cooling and connectivity and redundancy to make sure that your business doesn't stop at any time. So we have a package that we can offer to any enterprise in Mauritius and to other enterprises overseas as well, consisting of this backbone, this international connectivity, and the data center. But that is not all. There's more to come. Yes, we can say, not yes we can, but we have it ready. We are IPv6 ready. And there's a few people who will be very happy later today to present the details of IPv6 and how it can help your company in the future. Today is a nice sunny day, but we're going to talk about clouds as well, and how clouds help you enterprise resource planning and to make it more exciting. And I myself was in the clouds till very recently. It's not easy to understand IPv6 and clouds and whatever, but I made sure I understood it because this is something we would like to push to our enterprise customers. And I think once you've understood, I hope this afternoon it should be very clear to all of you what is the meaning of having cloud, IPv6, data center, etc. for your business. So some of the services, we're going to talk about that later, having virtual servers so that you don't have to invest, web hosting, email subscription, and many others. There's many others that can make your lives as CIO or CEO much more easier so you can focus on your core business and not waste time on small IT problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think with all this, we can say that today Emtel can be your one-stop shop. Maybe I should have mentioned if you can put your phones on silent. If it is Emtel on silent, it is orange, you can throw it out of the window. I think one thing we must all realize is the technology is easy to acquire and it's moving extremely fast. But then it leaves a big gap within our companies. I mean, we are not an exception. Even being in a high-tech company, we find that we have widening IT skills gap, which we have to fill up. And this is one of the reasons why we want to make sure that we have a knowledge series workshop to not only make sure that our own people understands technology and how it is used, because you can have high tech, but if you don't know how to use it, that doesn't help. So this is the reason why we said we need to start a knowledge series for our customers so that we can share what are the new technological innovations that are available today that you can use to make your business prosper more. And this is going to be a quarterly event, and we're going to select very hot topics to make sure that we have a big crowd and that also is used by yourselves as enterprises to make your business prosper. We want to create this awareness so that you understand what we want to sell to you and also improve the performance of your business and customer experience. And I am pleased to say that we have very valued speakers here today from South Africa and Dubai and also from Mauritius. We have some very valued speakers with us who are going to share experience in regulatory, in data protection, and many very expert areas. And I must thank the Minister of ICT and also all the ministry people who are here and who are not here today for all the collaboration to make this happen today. This is a joint event between Emtel and the Ministry of ICT. And today's agenda is we are going to talk about cloud, we are going to talk about data center, we are going to talk about broadband technologies, 4G, and IPv6. And just a word on this, if you've heard about this, big data scares people to death, but I think we all have to be ready. Big data is a new way of looking at things, at data. And if we are not ready with our infrastructure, with our way of thinking, then we get caught in, we remain in 1946 when everybody else is in 2015. So just bear in mind what is big data. It's a new way. We don't want to be the old BI management system. So, ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is about driving enterprises to adopt technologies, to make sure that you acquire and you forecast to acquire new technologies and actually make best use of it. I just want to say a word on today is a Safer Internet Day, Tuesday 11th of February. And this is about safe internet, of course. And I thank the Minister for having postponed his meeting on safer internet to be here today. Thank you very much for that. I think we have a lot to do as service providers to make sure it's our duty to ensure the protection of our children, and we support fully this national and international initiative. I think there's a seminar tomorrow on this subject. Now, something we would like to launch today. We have lots of our friends who are entrepreneurs in Mauritius, lots of co-citizens who are entrepreneurs, but they face the struggle, they face difficulties to use technology to build up, to set up their businesses. So today we have the pleasure to introduce a new scheme which is called the Emtel's SMEs Development Plan. And the objective is to assist SMEs to be successful in the enterprises, to inculcate a culture of technology adoption so that they can improve the business. So we are planning to launch this program to assist 50, I put 2025 because it's our 25th anniversary. It's a marketing gimmick. So we're going to assist 50 SMEs this year to make sure that they have connectivity, they have the IT space, they have the websites and all that, so that they can run the business better. This is a plan, and we'll have the details of all this by next week, so that you can select. We have a selection process to make sure the people who are keen, the real entrepreneurs, have this facility for them. And this is in line with our 25th anniversary, so we're going to offer this to all these SMEs. And I would like to end by thanking all the organizers, the Honorable Minister, the people from the government and the private sector, thank you for your presence, and we look forward for a great day for all of you. Thank you.
We're not? Thank you very much, Sham. I think you laid out the future very well here and the achievements that you've done as a company. And now we go to a much more important thing. There will be a raffle today. The iPad minis are up for grab for those who stay the whole day in the conference. Yeah. So if you want to win, watch this space. We will provide further information about this, but there are iPad minis up for grab. And you know what's on it? 4G. 4G is on it. My new iPhone doesn't even have 4G. Doesn't even do IP6, but yours will have it. So you should be able to try out those new services from Emtel. With that, we're moving on to a short interactive panel discussion, which will finish around 11 o'clock. For that, I would like to invite Mr. Stipe Maric, who's manager at Arthur D. Little in Deloitte. Arthur D. Little in Dubai. It's been 10 years with Arthur D. Little. Previous that, 4 years with T-Mobile. If you take that seat over here. Yeah. Stipe comes from Croatia originally. Next, I would like to Sham Roy, who needs no further introduction, I think. And if you take the one here in the middle, please. And Mr. Reinish Hababai. Is he around? Yes, he is. Please come. And if you take the seat over here. Thanks. And then I myself will sit in on this panel as well. We have a number of topics. I have been given the advent of cloud and seamless connectivity in my previous life. I built one of the first cloud computing data centers in Scandinavia, if not the first. One was voted the 7th most efficient data center in the world by the Wired magazine. The other was given the annual worldwide global award of the most green data center in the world. I've been around that. I've been working a lot with big data, and I'm here to share some of my findings, my knowledge, and I can only comment on this CO2 footprint. It is a dramatic reduction in that space, but we will get to that. So, welcome, dear panelists, and I would like to let Mr. Hababai start with some comments. And have you some that you want to share with the audience here, or do you want me to ask you a couple of questions to start off with?
Thank you. I'd like to maybe start with some comments on,
Okay.
because especially that this start of the event has been very much focused on cloud computing. I think this is very interesting. In fact, as a government, we have in government a national ICT strategic plan, which is the umbrella policy document for government in the ICT sector. And within that, we have now an e-government strategy, which covers 2013 to 2017, which sets the digital agenda for government. This agenda has been very much developed as to be very citizen-centric. So we have thought of how do we put up a government system that is very citizen-centric, that responds to the needs of citizens. And to do that, we have also put in place measures to be able to be very much green, cover up the green ICT space. And this is where cloud computing has come up as one of the biggest issues that we are pushing ahead and developing. In fact, it's good to note that through the Government Online Center, which is the GOC, the Government Online Center, which is also the data center of the government, we have set up cloud computing services and facilities where we are now going to put in, for example, systems like the e-procurement. We are going towards an e-procurement, reduce paper processing in government for the procurement exercise. And you can imagine in government, the amount of processing that we do for a procurement exercise, so we can reduce that. In fact, we are going to use the cloud services for that. We have just put in an agromet, a system for measuring rainfall and other mean other issues for culture, for agriculture. So that also is on cloud computing. So we are pushing on the cloud very much all our agenda because we believe this is the future, as rightly mentioned by Mr. Shamroy through the CEO of Emtel. And also, we want to have open government data. I think this is also one of the things which has come up as big data. As a government, we have a lot of data, and we are sharing plenty of data through our statistics Mauritius, which is a very fully operational center that finally gives a lot of data of how government operates. So we want now to be able to develop an open government data platform where we can put that data available outside. And what we want, why we want it? We want it so that it can spur development. We want people to exploit it. And this could be another way of coming up with mobile apps. Youngsters, companies, even Emtel and others, could then exploit the data that we have in government. And this is an opportunity for us. As you see, government is positioning itself to spur even better the ICT sector. So these, I think, just to start off, I think these are the two things I would like to move on, and maybe we can continue as the discussion progresses.
Thank you very much. I think this follows very much in line with what most visionary governments are doing, actually providing that open data. And I couldn't see a better place to place those mobile apps than in your data center.
Absolutely.
Yes. So what's your comment on what...
There's no other place.
Yes, there's no better place, I understand that.
No, I said there's no other place.
And there's no other place. I like that. And the word big data comes up here, and big data is not just what Facebook does. Okay, it's very important to understand that Facebook has trucks and trucks of equipment being rolled in every day, and let us not compare with them, but let us learn from companies like them on how you actually enable people to use the platforms. It says something for the usability and the adoption when nearly 1 billion people can use it without a lot of training in order to adopt those applications that Facebook put out. And I think that's the challenge. When you put data out, you must also have an ecosystem of smart people who make good applications that is easy to understand and consume, and we can actually just download. And Apple has set a new standard for how we can actually download an application and make it work in one go. I do recall a couple other projects I worked on where that took more than 10 seconds. We have not been very good at this space. But having the right data center expertise and the data center capacity in the background to run these kind of things is very crucial, because we can't all be, and here I will introduce you to a new word. The resistance to cloud computing very much comes from people that are in the industry known as server huggers. People who would like to hug onto their computer and not put it out somewhere else. So think of it, and I think to start off with disaster recovery, both from private and public sector, is a good beginning to start trusting that things can happen outside your own IT environment. I mean, we don't run, every one of us, our own telephony exchange. We have left that to Emtel and others. So it does work. But I would also like to ask Mr. Maric, in order to consume those applications, what are some of the things that must be in order, and what do you see as the trends?
So when we talk about basically the benefits of
Yes.
cloud for companies, enterprises, small and medium companies, workforce, all the users. Let's talk about the management issues first. So the board, what does the board want? What does the CIO want? So mainly what I see as a key driver is still the cutting the cost. It's still cutting the cost of IT, cutting the cost of CapEx, cutting the cost of maintenance, IT maintenance, IT support. That would be, let's say, half of the companies use still go to cloud to achieve that cost improvement. The second would be management performance. So introducing change in the organization, being better in launching new products and services, being able to access next generation networks and services. That would be, let's say, one third of the company's value cloud for that. Third cluster of benefits for the companies would be being able to access, let's say, high quality professionals. Having been able to have a professional partner that you can rely on, and a professional advice that you can rely on. Yeah. If you talk about the actual benefits for the workforce, it would be, it's a very simple one. Cloud enables you to work from anywhere. That is the key statement.
Yes.
It is linked mainly to mobility, which is also one of the topics we're going to discuss later.
Yes.
I think if I can add on this, I think it also gives you the capability of growing very fast.
Exactly.
Because sometimes we underestimate if we suddenly have an event in sales boost, we need to have more servers, we have to have more services, increase capacities. It's not possible the traditional way. So in the cloud way, it gives us the capability to move very fast.
Increasing capacity, of course. Yes.
Yes.
We will talk about later a bit about innovation as well.
Yes.
And there are a couple of aspects of innovation which I will cover later. One is technology, and we're going to talk about 4G in that sense. And also, top innovators are the ones who are able to achieve much faster and substantial growth than the average.
Yeah, there's some very good statistics out there that people that actually have adopted cloud computing as part of their strategy. Remember, cloud computing is in essence the factory, but it's what you do with it that matters. That they simply outgrow their competitors by a factor of multiple factors, actually. And I can see that even in governments, when they actually launch applications for the citizens, whether it's a health application, whether it's a general, like maybe even a census or whatever, you can use cloud computing to this bursting. You have to remember that most CIOs do not think of their own data center as a factory. If you ask them and look them in their eyes and say, what is the average consumption of your servers? They will say on a busy day it's 20%. If you asked a big factory manager for the sugar plantation in this country, and he came back to his manager and said, on a good day, we work 2 hours a day, he would not be factory manager for many more minutes. So cloud computing is applying factory thinking to IT. It's applying the technology, some of the wisdom that came out of Toyota on constantly improving that environment and actually looking upon those as assets that must be utilized at the maximum, which is between 80 and 90, maybe 95%. Because if you do so, you don't have a number of computers sitting there consuming a lot of electricity for no reason. So there is good, I would say the CIO should be good friends with the corporate sustainability officer. I think he will have a better case for doing that, and he will also have a better case for instance using your disaster recovery center as a disaster recovery instead of also having that at home. So I think
one, if I can add
Yes.
something, is one of the things we have to look at is to see how to reassure people about the apprehensions of using cloud because of data protection. Lots of people, even backing up your iPhone on cloud, you feel everybody will see your contacts or your photos or whatever. I think these are the things we have to really make sure that people understand that it is not so. It's not so easy. We can have the data of Orange in our data center. It's no problem.
And I think to underline that, how many in here has heard of a service called Dropbox?
Yes.
About half, even more, most of them government officials. You trust them to have your data. How many have heard maybe that kids are using Instagram? Mm-hmm. Well, photos seems to stay quite well there, etc., etc. So the consumerization and the ease of use is something that both government and IT companies can learn from to make them simple, Don't let the engineers to decide it must have everything you can think of in the world before you launch it. Launch it and improve it. And I think that's a strong lesson to be learned, that most people will use it if it's simple to use. And that cloud will actually provide that background.
Fully agree. Our audience is not only CIOs, right?
Pardon?
So our audience is not only the chief
No.
information officer. So I think it's important to always restate what are the benefits in terms of collaboration and productivity.
Yes.
What I started to say. People like to share photos, people like to share files as well in their personal life. In their business life, one of the key trends in communication and mobility is also asking for high standards and sort of consumeration of the business environment in communication. So when a private person wants to use Instagram and share photos to their friends, it's fun, it's collaboration and so on. In a business life, what is important? There is a sales guy going into a meeting, and remember his colleague met a similar company last week who has similar issues. He calls the guy and says, what are the key issues? How did you sell it? What was the key issue of your presentation? You have tools in cloud that you can share this information. You can share this information. Salesmen are in the cars all the time, either mobile or dispersed around, or they're dispersed in different offices. Cloud enables you to establish and improve this collaboration between mobility, between workers who are on different locations. Using of these applications is now seamless. You can have your enterprise applications on your iPod, on your laptop, on your mobile phone. Myself, I travel 150, 180 days a year. I use my times in taxis very, very highly. Yeah. I send a lot of emails, I download internal documents, I access my information database, I share a lot of information with my colleague.
So you also met one of those black spots on the motorway?
Yes. I landed very, very early in the morning. So
you were not driving, eh?
Yeah. No, actually, my driver was very focused on the road, I must say.
Maybe I can add to this collaboration framework. I think the beauty of cloud computing, it allows us also to deploy systems very fast. For example, currently we are doing the new ID card. As you may be aware, we are issuing smart cards to all our citizens, 18 years and above, and we are running conversion centers around the island. So it's easy to bring up centers and bring down centers whenever we need to move and make them mobile also. So cloud computing is really delivering services there. But there's one more thing to cloud computing. I think one of the benefits that we have really experienced is on skills. We don't need to have so much skills in the ministry in running the system, because they are at the level of the data center. And this is where the security also is there, the skill set is there, and they are responsible to maintain everything. So cloud computing for me has a brilliant future when we look at it, because it changes how we do business, how as a government also we bring savings within government's operations. I think it's there to stay, and it's there to become even bigger as we deploy applications around the island.
Yeah, I think one of the problems I think we have, and that's why we have this knowledge series, is when I first had the first presentation on cloud, there was an expert presenting, and when it finished, I was still in the clouds. So these are experts, and they explain it very, technically, and not from a customer point of view. I think we have to, that's why we have this workshop here, to make sure that from a customer, your customers, from a customer point of view, what is in it for you? Otherwise you buy lots of things or whatever, you pay a monthly fee, and you don't know exactly what you're getting. What you need to know is how this cloud, or this IPv6, or this 4G we're going to talk about today, how can you use that to make your business better, to make your business prosper? This is the message we would like to throw in today. And also, if we talk just cloud, it's not just cloud, it's a package, it's the cloud, the IPv6, the data center, all together the package, which can be used to make your life better. You can focus on your core business.
Yeah. And I can just imagine when you have fiber to every home, now you can actually provide e-learning. You could provide every nurse with an e-health application of some format. I don't know, the national ID that you are, this digital ID you are bringing out, does that have the opportunity, the option also to save information about your health, etc., or is that not part of the program yet?
It's right now the objective is to issue the ID card to all citizens so that we have good data on citizens, good basic data on citizens. But we have already rolled out the service. At least they can use the cards for transport, because here in this country we have free transport for the elderly, so they can use that. And we want to deploy, as time goes by over the year and next year, even pension payments. Then you would use the card for pension payments. So as you can see, we've got a lot of applications that have been prepared and are being installed as the deployment picks up. Because we are right now at about 175,000 people who have got the cards, and we wish to attain the 900,000 people by September this year, so that we have reached everybody, and we have a good size of people having cards and for which we can build applications. But let me come to this e-learning. I think this is also something where we are making ground, right? In fact, we are going to issue tablets to our O-level students, Form 5 students, and also the Form 4 students. So the tablets are already here. In fact, in a couple of weeks, they will be distributed to the students. But the beauty of the project is not only the tablets. We are picking up the tablets together with content, so pedagogical content that will be on the clouds, again. And also, we are going to have connectivity, and this is where mobile connectivity will come in. Because we've realized that we will have fiber to the schools, but there would be also the need to provide those content for the students when they are on bus. They're riding the buses, they are at their private tuitions, they are around, they can continuously access their content. So this is where we will mix both technologies. Fiber in the schools, fiber maybe at the home also that they can exploit, and also mobile. So we'll try to find how we make all this come in and deliver a better experience to the students, so that obviously the learning takes place.
I really look forward to see that. And with that, I think it's time for a leg stretch. And we should be back here again at 11:30. So 30 minutes break, please, and see you again in here. Coffee, etc., is served behind the walls here.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, and thank you very much for coming to this event.
Thank you.
So, welcome back. You have a couple of hard sessions ahead of you, and I will be chairing it. I'll be the first speaker here in the first session. We have one session coming up now here, which is connecting everything seamlessly, from enterprise to consumers, from government to citizens. We have 4 speakers. Each of us will be doing 10 to 15 minutes presentation, and then we have a panel discussion. And this time, because we are not, so to say, over time, I will make sure that it'll be possible for you to ask questions from the audience. I know you have prepared many, many questions you want to have answers to, so we will make sure that that happens in that panel discussion. And again, if Mr. Haberby would also be available for that discussion, would be very good. The first presentation is one I'll be doing, and it's called Connecting Enterprise Services to Reliable, Secure, and Affordable Technologies. I'm going to go through a little bit of the basics of why cloud, and some of the benefits that come out of it, and what you can use it for. And I'm not going to deep technical, because that you get from every vendor. I saw there are some friends from Hewlett-Packard who will present technical presentations of how to instantiate cloud. But I would like to try and say, why do we actually want it? What is it good for? And why has this buzzword, which is probably the worst buzzword IT has ever come up with, cloud. It doesn't get much more fuzzy. And I apologize on behalf of the entire IT industry that someone came up with this word, because it really is not a very good word. But of course, it all stems from the consumerization of IT. And that's where now most people have better computers at home than they have at the office. And hence, consumerization is possible. Most people have phones like this. Did you know there's more computing power in this Apple iPhone than there was on the rocket, to the spaceship that brought the first men to the moon? There's more compute power in this one. That's impressive. But what do we actually use it for? Yet not a lot. Download some apps, send some emails. We may even make phone calls. We don't really use all the compute power that's in it. Primarily probably because the battery lifetime is not long enough yet. But it just shows how much compute power we have in the palm of our hands. And I think that's really where things are moving. So, the promise of the cloud is faster apps development. And it's already shown there's a complete new ecosystem of app development that did not exist 5-6 years ago, that iTunes started. And Apple is making more money on iTunes than they are on the phones. This is a complete new, there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of developers who make a livelihood just doing apps. And those apps are not hugely complex, big apps. They're actually small, to the point, the functions I need. That's it. And I'm happy to press another button, just like I would press a menu in my old client server world, for another app. They just do what I need. Quicker response times. You can actually deliver apps in very, very short time if you have the right development environment set up. So I have a mantra that it should take no longer than 30 minutes from you have pressed, please build my application, till it's deployed and available to be consumed. I had a data center serving 11,000 software developers in my company that I worked with for. 3,000 people looked after the data center. And we had this for all the people that develop on Linux. It took 30 minutes, then their software was ready and deployed. And that's the kind of mentality you must think of. Think about all that complexity of getting things done today, and have our developers passing the bucket to the system administrator. System administrators say, why didn't they think of this? And it comes back, and you have a long, long, long time before everything is ready. These things are built for rapid service creation, which again lowers the cost. You don't have all these people looking after things. You have automated many things. Because this is a problem of traditional IT architecture. I have proudly stolen this from Hewlett-Packard because they're doing a presentation out here. And doesn't really matter what it says here, but you can just see the long process. You have something you want to do. You do IT planning meetings. You may even have multiple IT planning meetings. And then you have to call in other people to do even further planning. You try and purchase some assets. Companies are out of money for now, so you wait another 4 months, and it just goes on and on and on. And 1 year later, you may just be able to try out your idea. And in the cloud, the promise is this. Select, initiate, provision. Bang, done. Again, most of you have the assets in your company already through many different computers, each of them running at 10% to 20% capacity utilization. If you pool all of them together, you have a lot of data power that you now start sharing and work with, and you can build what is known as the private cloud. That is what most companies start out with. They're confident they can share, even amongst departments in government, in private companies. People want to hug onto their own server. It's what I control. They don't want to share it because the budget was allocated to me, not to you, so you stay away. All these things that we spend a lot of time on, which we are highly paid people, we can spend a lot of time on. That surprises me forever. But in essence, we could be smarter of sharing resources, and we would do that in most other instances. So this is what the cloud actually does. It enables you to share resources and instantiate it and get rid of it very quickly. From a business view, you have the fit for changing business needs. You can actually go in and say, I need this much, I need it for 3 months, and then you collapse it because your campaign is over or something like that. So it's much easier to fit. Not everyone has to order huge systems that just in case you need that kind of environment. Now you just consuming a combined resource, and other people take care of the overall planning and moving things to cheaper to cheaper disk if you haven't used it for a while, and you just have a much smarter factory. That's in simple what it is. And you provide much higher value to business with much lower cost because you're sharing it. So an example, when I had all these developers working for me, decided to build a flexible capacity solution for all those developers. So outside the data center, I found 3,000 servers outside the data center that was used internally. I pooled them all together, had a smart way of pooling them together. I ended up with, roughly speaking, 600 servers, but some bigger. But you know what? I didn't have to buy a single server for 1.5 years. And I usually had Hewlett-Packard driving up to our buildings with a truck full of computers every day. Approximately 200 servers waited to be installed every day. And these things just disappeared, and it became much, much easier. Business could come to us and respond. We could respond much faster. We didn't have to spend all our time hogging those servers. So this is the mentality I want just to bring along. This is what you get from it. Because you're now, you are now able to empower a workforce, first and foremost, to make intelligent decisions about what they are doing. They don't have to go to CFO all the time, because they can reuse this, and they can start out projects, they can try out things, they can close them down without having huge assets being lost. So the empowered workforce means mobile most of the time. How many of you have mobile applications developed for your company that helps you with something because you are on the road or whatever? Anyone who's had that? Yeah. Not that many, but you will find that it's coming your way. And the cloud will help you, and Emtel will help you because they have the network capacity that helps you to actually reach those servers. Yeah? And that in turn generates a faster company. And this is what Stipe will talk about a bit later in his presentations. Because you don't have to send paper back for time and material, time and expense or whatever. You just do it on the fly. People don't have to have a standard operating procedure manual with them. They can do it on an iPad. So when they have health workers, field service engineers, all these people that are on the run all the time, they actually are now connected and they have the latest information. You don't have to spend 3 months to ensure that people have the latest template to fill out. It's there the next morning. They have it, and they can start using. So you create an environment where errors are being slowly but surely eliminated, and efficiency goes up a little bit. But most important, you eliminate errors, because you can push this out to every user every day, because you figured out there's a smarter way of doing it. But when you go cloud, remember that one. Read this. Okay. So this was a problem Apple had. Do you remember that one? I can't remember. They put some weird and wonderful things around the world suddenly with that. Apple lost so much credibility. It was unbelievable. It's still a joke. And that's the danger when you put yourself out there, that you cannot contain big errors that easily because everyone knows in a few seconds. But then again, if you're a minister and you say some obviously wrong because you've been misinformed or whatever, it's on Twitter the next split second. So the world is online, and you just have to be better at managing this. And that means some of the IT people must come out of the dungeons and start managing this instead of checking whether the latest firewall software was installed, which they rarely do. So this is the danger. But it's also the challenge that we must live up to in the new world. We must avoid having such problems. And I bet you a few people at Apple may not have a job any longer because of this, because that was a blunder of magnitude. So how does cloud, and actually the real thing is software as a service consumption, which comes down to, let me please consume my IT the same way I consume my mobile phone. I pay as I go, I pay according to how much I use. And that's the new paradigm shift for IT. They have never been used to this. So it actually provides, by consuming it this way, you can now empower the R&D. When I say R&D, it's not just some weird and wonderful back office thing. It's anyone who wants to do something, whether it's in the government sector, they want to try and, can we do portfolio management, can we do this, can we do that? It's any kind of new thinking where before it was difficult to get to the next level because you needed big investment. You can now do things for a couple of months, go back and actually say, I think it works, or it didn't work, without massive investments. You can even do simulations. There are companies out there that will take medical data and simulate what usually would take 50 years to assemble data on, and simulate over maybe a 2 or 3 day period, whatever needed to be simulated using the Amazon cloud. They set all this up for these big pharmaceuticals. They build those results basically that they can go back to Federal Drug Administration and show. So the time for us as society to try out new things is seriously reduced, and we can all benefit if we use this in an intelligent manner. I also think that cloud is for Africa. Simply because, is it fair to say that parts of Africa doesn't really have very good broadband connections, or have very good fiber connections, or very good copper connections? Mobile is what they will live on. And with mobile, you have to make simpler applications, but you need to scale out to millions and millions and millions of users in no time. Cloud is built for this. This is what it's for. So I really think we will shortly start to see some very, very intelligent development and very smart development around cloud in Africa, because it suits, it really does suit, and there are no major mainframes that need to be looked after, etc. So it is a, and people's needs are not massive complex applications. It's at the palm of your hand, and that's good enough for majority. It also serves the needs of the underserved organizational needs. So what is an underserved? We have Neil sitting here, he's the CFO. I am sure he has a good ERP system in place that costs more than 10 rupees. Is that correct, Neil? Good. Where is the marketing department from Emtel? Anyone from okay. I am sure, yeah, down there. Their IT investments were not as big as the CFO's IT investments into software. It's just a guess. So you have various departments that does not actually acquire the software they really could use because it was harder to specify, and the campaigns run only for 2 months, and then we don't need the software again and for another year. And that gets hard on a normal software acquisition, hardware acquisition. But in a cloud, do it and close it down. Do it, close it down. Do it, close it down. And you don't have to ask for these big. So underserved organizational needs can be met with cloud. So I'm sure when you speak to your CIO, he will say, no, we can't go cloud. But what he's thinking of is the core systems of the company. He doesn't actually think of all those people who doesn't have IT at all nearly, or very underserved, who could benefit from this. So don't pick the fights with the very core system you have that's been running for 15 years. Start using it in new ways. Start thinking differently. Mobile backbone, I think we've been covering that one quite a lot today, but that is very important. And mobile application as workforce enablers, I cannot emphasize this enough. It is the way forward. And I would be glad to see Emtel setting up an environment for mobile application development that you enable people to use so they can build applications that meets the needs. I think that is a good way of working together with some universities or whatever, and actually provide that kind of thing. Because that could be the backup center and whatever. So, private cloud, as I just mentioned, is often the entry for most organizations. Government clouds, I don't know, you have government cloud in my region, so you've gone that step further, but it's in a sense, it's only for government, yeah? So it's your private cloud, and you probably even have a hard time convincing internal CIOs to move stuff into this, because how can I trust this other guy, yeah? But this is what we all think. We all think we are the best, and we all have best control over it. But what I'm saying, how many security people work for that department, or for that unit, or for that company, compared to the amount of security people that you now can pool together around a cloud computing center? You maybe have one guy doing security in the department, while you have maybe 10, 15, 20 guys on the cloud computing center. And where do you think people who are really interested in IT security, where do you think they prefer to work? Together with 15, 20 smart people with new technology, new everything, or sitting on their own down in the corner, and every time they ask for money to improve security, CFO goes, no, we don't have money for that. And he goes away and he uses 7-year-old tools. So just think of that, because that's how it's going. Do you know, this is 4-year-old information, so I'm not probably correct any longer, but do you know how many servers a system administrator looked after at Google 4 years ago? That was when I visited him last. 500 servers? Any votes for 500? 1,000? 2,000? 10,000 servers, one administrator. 10,000. How many servers are there in Mauritius? 50,000? Needs 5 people. How many do you think you have today? I think 5,000 looking after that. Huh? So this is the scale you need to think of things. Of course, they have totally standardized environment. They can do these things. Don't even go there. But it just gives you an idea of what's possible. I'm not trying to get you out of a job. I'm trying to understand there are new things can be done. Yeah. So infrastructure as a service is often the entry, and you probably heard that phrase from many other speakers, and many things are coming up. But basically, you need to think different. A little example of IT investment priorities from a European retail bank. Basically what they're saying, and that's just what you will see most companies, most government institutions, is that they focus is on mobile something, it's online channels, it's product development or services development in the government, and it's marketing of some kind or information or whatever it is, and a little bit more on operations, but the main thing is in those areas for just about every single industry in the world. That's where it's going, and cloud serves the needs of that. There are talks about that IT budgets will soon be bigger within the corporate marketing department than the CIO. They will have more money for spending on solution that meets customer needs than the IT department. So the future is here. You have a full ecosystem with on-premise, private cloud and dedicated services, public cloud and shared services. It's not just public cloud and Amazon and Google. There is something in between. So in the old world, it's about legacy, control, and agility. In the mixed world, it's about savings, control, and agility. And of course, in the big wide world, it's about commodity and savings. So please have that in mind. It's not one size fits all. It's not for everything, just one thing. Put it into those 3 boxes. I think you'll be happy. And by the way, for anyone in here who has been around the cloud discussion for a little while, I know, for instance, you have. Okay, what is that? So, a year ago, actually a little bit less, 10 months ago, the various standards bodies met in Madrid, and they came up with the new definitions of cloud. Does it matter too much? No, it doesn't, because we're already there. And that they all had to have the networking guys and the storage guys to have a say, and to have so we moved from software, platform, infrastructure, and compute as a service, that the storage guys wanted to have a say, and the networking guys wanted to have a say. So now you have that as well. Do we care too much? No, we don't, because we're just consuming it as a service, and that's how we will do in the future. So it's all about control of the stack, whether you run on-premise or off-premise, whether you're running cloud services or software as a service. Platform as a service is usually development tools or integration tools. Infrastructures as a service, it's all about buying a service, or even hardware. You can even rent hardware now as a service. And that may be for some companies the way to go forward. But it's all about moving into that space and buying things as a service. So cloud will deliver speed. I think strong element of agility and innovation if you use it that way. Cost savings both directly and indirectly. Predictability, because you've asked for this, and if you need more, you just very quickly scale it up. Security, you can't do it better. Scalability, resilience, and capacity when you need it. And a very often overlooked item, less license compliance and piracy issues, because now that resides with professional people looking after this, and they must adhere to it. There are various standards they must follow, and not everyone has to do this on their own. And it gets more and more complicated with licensing anyway. So that is a very often overlooked, but you can get rid of a lot of issues if you do it that way, because you're just renting the whole stack from your provider, and you don't have to think of these things. Okay, with that, I would like to conclude this one and then ask the next speaker to come up here, who is, let me just get the name right here, Ashvina Pabotea. So welcome, Ashvina.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here today to talk to you about harnessing the government cloud. Just some definition. What is cloud computing? Actually, cloud computing is not a new technology. It has been here for a while. For example, we use mail services, everything is central. But it's a new way to deliver services. So when we talk about cloud, what do we have to retain? We have to retain the words convenient, on-demand network access, and we have access to a shared pool of configurable resources. So very easily, we can access resources over the internet. When it comes to exploring the opportunities of the cloud, not surprisingly, the public sector is well behind the private sector. In the government, the approach has been very cautious. Nevertheless, to compete in this century and to meet the high expectations of citizens, governments around the world are modernizing their IT environment. So you can see the trendsetter, mature cloud solutions. We have US, who is the trendsetter. As early as in 2009, they have already started cloud initiatives. Other countries catching up very fast are UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Denmark, and Italy. And it is good to note that Australia is soon to become number 2 in cloud initiatives worldwide. Other emerging countries like India and China, they also have embarked on cloud initiatives. However, they are still in the consolidation and virtualization phase. In the case of the government of Mauritius, we have formulated our G-Cloud, government cloud strategy, in 2012. And we have chosen the model of a private cloud. You have seen this over and over again. Even for government, it's the same benefits. Okay? I will go over some of them. So for instance, lowering cost. So with cloud computing, you don't look at IT as an asset. It moves from a CapEx model to an operating expenditure. It's more efficient, it is scalable and elastic. So for example, in the case of government, you have departments, they don't need to know upfront how much IT resource I need. Whenever they want to increase it, it's very rapid in response, they can simply increase it very quickly. For government, again, you have more DR options. What do we mean by that? For government, for example, it's possible to have a secondary data center which is far enough to allow for a regional disaster recovery. Okay? Carbon emission, we've heard that. Less department overhead, we've heard that. Save a lot of time. So, for example, departments can focus on their actual business and deliver more value-added services. Less time. For the private sector, they will say the time to market is less. For the government, we'll say the time to provide services to departments and ministries is less. Agility, we've seen this over and over again. You can respond very rapidly to changing needs. Okay, we've seen these concepts in the previous presentation. I'm just going to go quickly over this diagram. These are few, the diagram might look a bit complex, but these simple concepts, you have to just grasp them a bit to understand the full meaning of how these service models can be used. We've seen the term infrastructure as a service. Here we are targeting IT departments. We are talking about servers, storage, network, racking, cooling, power, and all that. Platform as a service, here we are targeting developers. We are talking about operating system, database management software, system monitoring. And the last one is targeted towards users, software as a service. This is where you can access software applications through an internet browser. Of course, it will be protected. You need a username, password. It's very well protected. And as we saw, this model has been evolving ever since. After software as a service, you can have so many others. You can have BPO as a service. We saw compute as a service. It's still evolving. But these three are the three basic models in the cloud computing service models. And where will these reside? These will reside, for example, you can see the clouds. I'll start with the cloud in green, the private cloud. This you're looking at sort of a local area network. It's the most secure cloud, and most governments across the world have adopted for this sort of cloud, although this is not the lowest in terms of cost savings. Why? Because it's the most secure, it's the most flexible, and it's where you have most control. Also, if you have very unique applications that you want to put on a cloud, you will choose a private cloud. Going to the leftmost, the public cloud. Here we are looking at services where you have less security, but larger economies of scale. Here you can make quite a number of savings, but you'll have to accept that you have less control over them. And what sort of services are we targeting here? Here we are looking at services that are used very commonly across a number of departments, ministries. So the level of abstraction is very high here. You can remove common functions, put them as shared services across ministries. And usually, a public cloud, you can outsource it, so this eliminates the need to make a large upfront investment. And in the middle, of course, you have hybrid, means you're using a mixture of public and private. According to Gartner, from a government perspective, what does it mean? It means that the government will have a private cloud that it will manage, but it can outsource a public cloud. And then when the load on the private cloud becomes too much, it needs some additional storage, some additional space to put applications, where the data is less sensitive, it can move part of its applications to the public cloud, storage applications, and this concept is known as cloud bursting. So you can move from a private to a public cloud. So government can be using the basic model. We have started private. You could move to a hybrid model as well. So I hope, although the diagram looks quite complex, we've realized sort of where the savings are more, which is most flexible, where you have more control. So what have we been doing? The government of Mauritius, as I said, in 2012, we've adopted the G-Cloud strategy. We've put down on paper, we've got it approved and all that. In 2013, we've actually launched in tender and we've implemented infrastructure as a service and platform as a service. Okay? That project is actually underway. It's nearly completed. So what we're targeting in 2014, we already have these two structures in place. We have to define the framework for software as a service. Okay? So 2015 onwards, we plan to already have this in place, and if there are other models, other evolutions, we'll address them. What have we been doing so far? Just to give you an idea, so we have made a major investment. Major investment, we are talking in terms of millions. So we've invested around quite a high number in a private cloud. And this is, as I said, it's on the government intranet network system, on the GENES. This is a network that connects all ministries and departments. And this is based on Microsoft System Center Suite. This is the management system that allows you to monitor everything from a portal, be it from an administrator's point of view. From a user's point of view, what it will do is users will have access eventually to a sort of a catalog where they can come and choose what sort of platform they need, what operating system they need. So we've used a mixture of this Microsoft System Center Suite, very powerful IBM servers. We have our storage is in HP. So this is the combination of technology that we've used. So we can automatically monitor resource utilization. We have used advanced virtualization in it. It's very easy to assign resources on demand. As I said, we will eventually have a portal with a catalog. It also has the online billing capability, which we have to see in the government, how we're going to automate it, how we're going to put it across. It's a very scalable solution, so tomorrow, if we want to increase the capacity, we can add more disk space, more RAM. The service supports a number of operating systems. Here we have chosen Windows and Linux, and eventually probably provide Solaris as well. Okay, provision for that. It's very secure. We have catered to private government cloud, so very high-level security features. Here you're talking about device hardening, role-based access control, audit trail, log maintenance, encryption, authentication, identity and access management, intrusion detection system, you name it. We just completely try to cover ourselves maximum, okay? And our SLA is very high. Our availability that we guarantee is as high as 99.95%. So surely to implement such a project, there are challenges that we have encountered and are on the way. So the first thing, complexity. When we talk about an organization, a private company doing a cloud, I mean, or a simple, small organization, it's quite straightforward. When we're talking about the government, it's very complex. Why? Because we have a number of ministries and departments, and they all have all sorts of applications, different types, running on different operating systems and all that. Secondly, culture change. This one we've seen. Change can be very hard in government. Okay? Government agencies, they just do not want to change. But we're working on that. Cloud is a significant transformational program that usually will require strong organization management skills to ensure that benefits are realized. So this joins the idea, it's low uptake by ministries. So what can we do about it? We educate departments and ministries about the new framework and benefits. And actually what we would recommend is to create a policy to accelerate the pace of cloud adoption. Here we're looking at governments, for example, US and UK. They've put into place a policy called Cloud First. They call it some of the names, fancy name, Cloud First, First Cloud. So what do we mean by that? When departments and ministries are going to look for a solution, they don't go outside, try to tender out something. Their first point of call is the government cloud. They come here, they see, do I have a possible solution that can meet my requirement? So if we put such a policy in place, we'll kind of accelerate the pace of adoption of cloud. And of course, government has very heavy procurement procedures. There are lots of tenders. So here, when we're talking about this sort of service model, there obviously will be lots of changes in procurement. So again, educate government, educate departments, bring about change.
2 more minutes.
Yeah. So we've talked about this, benefits. We've seen that we've saved on licenses. And instead of moving in information silos, we're trying to order the information. This is a general graph about how we plan to save, our projection in terms of cost savings using the different models. Projects already on cloud, e-payment, electronic attendance, you've heard e-procurement, teammate for Ministry of Finance and Economic. So what are the potential risks and security and issues? The first one is security. That's our biggest concern. Okay? But there are guidelines, for example, National Institute of Standards and Technology guidelines, you can follow them. There can be legal and regulatory obstacles. For example, there might be laws that prevent you from legal things that might prevent you from moving an application to on the platform. Application design, architecture. So the design, you have to be more restricted. It's very standard, customized. Business continuity. For example, if you place everything on the cloud and it's accessible for internet, if internet goes down, your services go down. So you need to have a good disaster recovery plan. Data location and retrieval. At times on cloud, you don't know where your data is. Procurement, we've talked about that. So what's the way forward? So as we said, security is the biggest problem. So build trust of ministries in departments in the cloud. And then IT consolidation, because all the projects that we've seen, these are new projects. What we need to do is we need to remove and combine the common technology functions and put them back as shared services. Okay? Increase collaboration within the government and the community. Engage more with citizens by providing faster and more flexible services. And here, we've been hearing this on and on, we have to tap into mobile as well as social media. And I also devise a framework for software as a service. So here we need to put into place assurance, accreditation processes, and we can promote SMEs and open source. Why open source? Because open source is very scalable and it's very flexible. It adapts the most to cloud. It's been designed with expansion, evolution in mind. Really, it's the best suited software to go on cloud. So our next way forward is also for the government of Mauritius is to grow a G-Cloud or else to outsource as well. But of course, before what the government needs to do is to do a risk assessment, first of all, because there are compliance, shared responsibility issues. Okay, so this is the way forward, and with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, we'll take them later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's pretty impressive what you've done.
Thank you.
It really is. Remember to come up here afterwards for a little bit of panel discussion as well. With that, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Drudisha Madhup, from the he's a data protection commissioner, and he wants to give us Mrs. Mrs. Yes, there we go. Yeah, I got that wrong. Yeah, minus point. So a regulatory perspective about cloud solutions, and again, 12 to 14 minutes. Yeah?
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me today. It's a pleasure to be with you. And thank you for this very, what I call privacy-intrusive technology. Here to talk about data protection and privacy implications. And great, it starts well. Thank you very much. So, I would start by saying that I'm quite sad to see that since this morning, there's only one person who has talked about data protection, and that is the CEO of Emtel. This, I'm very happy about it. And I'm the second person to be talking about data protection today. But let me tell you that along with security, data protection is perhaps the most important factor in technology to be considered today. Maybe because of ignorance, people do not know much about data protection, which is quite normal. Mauritius being what it is, and the cloud being what it is, obviously, we don't understand much about data protection. So I'll give you straight away a small brief on what the Data Protection Act is about. So as you can see, it came into force since 16 February 2009, quite new to the Mauritius ICT landscape. And we have devised regulations as well to cater for registration of data controllers. I will come to tell you a little bit in time what we mean by data controllers, what we mean by data processors. So as you can see, this is what the data protection is about. The Data Protection Act also gives individuals rights to protect their personal information. And you can see for yourself that wherever there are data protection breaches, we come into play. This is our mission. We investigate data protection breaches. I give decisions. They are legal decisions, and people can appeal against our decisions, go to the ICT tribunal, go to the Supreme Court, and this is our work. As Commissioner of the Data Protection Office, I can say that in 3 years, we've had around 30 cases that we've investigated upon. This is a small amount, but given the Mauritian context, it's quite a big amount as well, because it's a very complex issue, and many people don't get it right sometimes, even the most intelligent IT experts in the world. This is international, it's not only Mauritian. So let me go about a little more about what I think are the data protection implications that, first of all, comes into play. Before I go on the issue of accountability, this morning the minister said that there should be no resistance to cloud services. I agree, I'm not against that. But without being the devil's advocate as well, I would say that we have to be careful. We have to understand really what data protection implications are there in cloud computing. We have to be very, very cautious. Cloud is definitely a wonderful tool. It's novelty. it's discovery, but it's also very cloudy, isn't it? As Shamroy said this morning, we can remain in the clouds as well. So we have to strike the right balance between these two competing interests. This is what data protection and security is about. I'm sure if I will talk about the government public cloud, security aspects are top agenda. Wonderful. Data protection? No. Yes, it's coming, but I want it to be a little bit on the force side, because if we don't do that, we may miss out some of the very important issues. So, first of all, accountability, legal responsibility. Who is responsible? The cloud provider or the organization outsourcing? That is, who is the data controller in the Data Protection Act? Who is responsible? The cloud provider is the data processor, as we call it in the Data Protection Act. The data controller being the organization. Who is? Can I have an answer? If I would like anybody to just dare and say, who do you think is responsible legally? Please, can I have an answer? Is it the cloud? Yes, please.
It is the company who owns the data.
Right. Right. You see, so it's the company outsourcing who is responsible. This is a very, very, very important thing, because the cloud provider cannot be held responsible. Wrong. He can be held responsible under the Data Protection Act. He has legal responsibilities. Section 27 of the Data Protection Act says that the data processor has responsibilities. This is what I said first. This is very good. The answer is correct. We go further to that. Before coming to this one, let me just talk about the Section 27 of the Data Protection Act. It says that the data processor has, in principle, the same obligations as the data controller. He has the same responsibility to ensure that the appropriate guarantees are put into place to secure the personal information that they are processing, they are handling. Appropriate security and organizational measures, right? This is what it says in the Data Protection Act. Reassured? Thank you. So this is, from a human rights perspective, from a data protection perspective, it's very important to understand this. So appropriate security and organizational measures, what does it mean? This is what is said in the Data Protection Act, but it doesn't tell you exactly what are these security, what are these organizational measures. It just says appropriate. But there are some parameters that we should take into consideration, and that is the cost of the technology, the state of the art of the technology, the current level of technology, the special risks that are associated with the processing. What is the nature of the data? Is it sensitive? Is it normal data like a name, address, or is it related to the physical, mental health, religious convictions, political opinions, more sensitive? So all these aspects have to be taken into consideration when the cloud provider is providing services. This is very important. This is what we believe. So I will go further to say that we not only have to conduct risk assessments, but privacy impact assessments, right? We have a guidelines on this, and we teach, we guide as to how you conduct privacy impact assessments. You can use this before you outsource to a cloud provider. This is one of the guidelines that we did. Now, this process is ongoing. You have to evaluate the services the cloud provider is giving you. Trust is good. Human nature is perfect, but we have to evaluate that trust. We have to evaluate the service that the cloud provider is giving. Service level agreement, the most important crux. Service level agreement is a contractual agreement. So Data Protection Act says you need to have a written contract with your data processor, with the cloud provider. You need to have that to outlay all the conditions, all the criteria you think is necessary, including security, including privacy. Very important to lay it in a legal document. Otherwise, there is no guarantee that the cloud provider is actually implementing things as it should. This is your guarantee. So, and it's a legal obligation, which means that if you don't contract a legal agreement, you may be in breach of the Data Protection Act. You, the data controller, including the data processor. Okay? So this is very important, and I will put very much emphasis on this. And these are other things that can be done, right? And this guideline is also very important. It's actually right here with me. We have put a small paragraph on cloud computing technology for your information, so you can have a look at it. It's on our website. Yeah, I would like to talk about this conclusion, which I love, by the way. So it says, I will read it actually. The use of cloud services can make very good business sense, but data controllers must always bear in mind that they cannot outsource their data protection legal obligations, nor the risk to their reputations with regard to the personal data they entrust to service providers. In connection with the globalized environment, the current regulatory framework is the Data Protection Act. However, when no specific data protection provisions apply, you should consider contractual documents. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I think we are all down to earth again, and we can make the necessary steps. And I know that security, I don't know, has the ENISA standardized, the ENISA out of Europe, EU, the standards on security, is that something that's being adopted or modified for Mauritius' need? Are you following that one? Does anyone know? Maybe no one does. Okay. But there's a very, very big initiative in EU, and I know South Africa is adopting that sort of say, that framework as the way you do with cloud computing security that operates at a bit more technical level. So that's worthwhile following, and it's a little bit more user-friendly than maybe what came out of America. Yeah. So with that, I would like to invite the last speaker before we have a little panel discussion, and I will stay away from with a miss or misses here. So I'll say, could I please ask Vidya Monegan as a speaker here?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Kim.
Welcome.
A very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Emtel, for having me this morning to share some of our experience in the cloud. Maybe I'll just start by giving you a bit of context. I mean, Ceridian is in the human capital management business. We've been around for over 80 years. As you can imagine, we have a lot of old legacy products. And one thing that we started realizing a few years ago is that if we really wanted to grow significantly in all the markets that we serve, we needed to go into the cloud. So we acquired a company in Canada called Dayforce at the time. Now it's part of Ceridian. And Dayforce is very much a cloud business, again in human capital management, managing the whole cycle of an employee in the company. And I can tell you that we are already talking about how we actually even organizationally look at our business as a core versus cloud. Now, if you look at our org chart, we already split the business into two parts. And the part which is the cloud business is actually growing extremely, extremely fast. I would say that that revenue stream for the cloud business is almost doubling the revenue over almost every 4 or 5 months. And I think that's the potential of cloud. In actual fact, it is going to exceed, even in Mauritius, we have over 700 people. In the last 10 months, we've recruited over 100 people just to work in our cloud business. Our forecast is that every year we're going to add another 100, 150, again in the cloud business, because of the expansion and the velocity that the cloud business actually move in all the different markets that we serve. So that's exciting for us. I've been asked to talk a little bit about what's the impact of this whole new revolution about cloud computing on the ICT, BPO, outsourcing industry. Let me give you a little bit of context. A lot of this information, I've only got 3 slides, by the way, and my last slide actually has already been covered. I've seen a similar slide before, but that's not an issue. But if you look at our business, and if you look at the outsourcing, I'm talking not specifically about Ceridian, but more broadly about the industry in Mauritius, is that in outsourcing, the whole benefit that companies come to us in outsourcing is that we enable them to provide better services, hopefully at a much lower rate, and help them focus on their core activities. Now, this is very much the mandate. This is very much the rationale in actually using outsourcing. Now, if you look at cloud is actually bringing to the table some advantages or some characteristics that will enable companies to actually make this or expand this even further. Now, many cloud enthusiasts, and I'm sure there are many of us here, are very much proponents of a simple utility model, where you say, okay, I will kind of do it myself, kind of thing. I don't need outsourcing companies, I don't need consultants, etc. But the reality is that there is so much shakeup in the services industry today, that there is so much complexity, that it is, again, very critical to have companies like outsourcing companies and consultants to actually enable you to manage your business activities. The promise of the cloud, looking at the utility model, is where you bring computing capacity, software, business functions, to redefine how organizations actually serve their customers. It's also redefining the role of service providers. For example, one of the things to answer this question about how this is going to impact BPO, ITO companies in Mauritius is that it's going to change the way we deliver services. And some companies have already started doing something about this. Some companies are still kind of waiting. But regardless, I think this is really a revolution into how this whole area of providing services globally is going to change. There's a lot of hype, obviously, about cloud. Some people talk about cloud. Some people know what it is. Some people are doing something about this. But the hype about this whole thing is that there is a lot of complexity that goes even beyond to what we understand. As we know, businesses, as they know that as technology evolves, obviously their business model is going to change. It's very unlikely, though, that large corporations are going to throw away all their current IT solutions and go into the new world immediately. In actual fact, this is a process that will take some time, and they are going to do it cautiously because it's going to involve, I mean, we talk about data security, we talk about data protection, we talk about confidentiality, etc., etc. So all of these are now being thought of how to make sure that we actually, when we move cautiously, but surely. Now, if you look at beyond the hype that this whole cloud is producing, is that today, one fact is that it's become easier for small companies to actually serve customers. You don't need to have huge investment to have your huge data centers. Small boys, 4 or 5 FTE or people companies can actually get into the space and compete with the bigger companies. I think that's one thing that large ICT companies, BPO companies need to realize, is that cloud is actually bringing more democracy into this whole industry. The second thing, obviously, we'll talk about a lot about the financial aspect of it, the financial equation, is that today it's much less costly to actually implement and maintain a system on the cloud rather than your own infrastructure. And from an infrastructure cost perspective, I've heard about these kind of figures that if you have your own server rooms, it's costing you probably about $25 a month to actually maintain 1 gigabyte of data. And they say that if you go to a state-of-the-art data center, it probably costs about 10 cents a month. I'm not too sure what the calculation is for Emtel, but it's a huge benefit if you look at where you want to get the space and the storage from. So is cloud making outsourcing obsolete? Yeah? Are we all going to go out of business because of what cloud is bringing? Now, imagine you could access IT and business services as easily as you can get electricity. I mean, this is very much the metaphor I'm going to use, talking about utility, the metaphor here. I think one of the things that we understand is that today the IT environment is becoming much, much more complex than before. So companies now need to look at how they manage the external cloud, how they manage their internal systems, how they manage also their legacy applications, which is going to phase out over time. So it's a much more complex management system that companies on their own won't be able to do it themselves. So they will have to go to consultants, they will have to go to outsourcing to enable them to address these concerns. There's also integration, yeah, that the integration of all these different services and all the different systems need to be carefully and commercially managed. And a company on their own won't want to do this. Corporate customers sometimes overemphasize the easy aspects of cloud and forgetting or underestimating the hard parts, the complexities of cloud. Now, if you look at today, I mentioned earlier that in terms of outsourcing companies, how they view cloud, and ISG did a survey with I think about 1,200 large companies in the world, and they all confirmed that actually their pipeline or their revenue pipeline for the cloud business is actually going very strongly. 25% of their pipeline was in 2012, 2011 was already in the cloud business. And for us also, as I told you, that it is increasing significantly. What does it mean? It means that outsourcing companies today are getting much more business that is actually involving cloud than even their traditional business. So if I look at the utility metaphor, what's happening is that the role of outsourcing is changing. The providers in the outsourcing world are now being categorized into three groups. I don't deny that the fact that some companies, what they do today, if they don't kind of identify where they want to deliver value, they will disappear. I think that's normal course of business cycle. But at the same time, some companies are looking at this as a great opportunity. So if you look at one of the categories is what I call the utility providers. These are, if you look at the utility metaphor here, so the utility providers will be the electricity companies, yeah, the guys who actually provide electricity. So the concept of actually you can actually do it yourself doesn't work because you will need company providers that will actually bring value-added outsourcing to you. So on the first category, which is the utility providers, I would say Emtel is probably one of those. I think this is where probably Emtel fall into. They are suppliers of IT power, IT capability, functionality, and they will focus very much on efficiency and cost. And their primary concern is about providing services that is always available and reliable. Their concern is also make sure that their recoverability is always maintained. So if you lose, if the system goes down, how quickly can it go back online? I think this is the focus of the utility providers. So in the cloud world, you will still need utility providers. There are quite a number of them. There may be consolidation over time. Some may disappear, some can get bigger, I don't know. There may be new entrants as well. But I think this is where outsourcing in terms of utility providers is going to increase. More and more companies, I assume, and I hope, and I don't know what the status in Russia is, more and more companies will kind of say, hey, why should I be managing my own server room, my own servers? I can actually outsource this. So this will create new opportunities for outsourcing for the utility providers. I mean, some are talking of very high reliability in terms of uptime. I don't know what the standard is, but I know IT executives, sometimes they talk about the 5 nines, which is 99.999%, which is 5 minutes a year. I don't know what's the standard, but I know some telecoms companies actually do achieve this. But I think Amazon, for example, the SLA is on 99.95. But I think this is also going to be a differentiator. Yeah, how much can you provide in terms of the reliability and the uptime of your system? Now, you know that downtime kills business. Downtime causes you to lose customers, impact service, and also miss sales opportunities. Now, if you're on financial services industry, this could be a huge loss for you. So, in terms of the second category will be the function providers, which is like Ceridian, for example. Software as a service, we are there, we provide, we have deep industry and functional knowledge, and we provide this. So this, on the utility analogy, this will be equivalent to the company that actually provide you with the refrigerator. So the first category are the guys who give electricity. The second category are the guys who actually look for a refrigerator that meets your needs. It's understanding your needs and provide you exactly what you need. And now this one is going to grow. Yeah, there's huge growth in this area of outsourcing. And then the last one is other integrators. These are the consultants that actually enable or help the customers to be cloud-enabled and build cloud enterprises and manage the interoperability of the systems and security, look at security challenges. Yeah. Now, how this will all impact BPO providers? Cloud solutions actually combined with traditional. So they look at cloud as an innovator. So it's an opportunity for them to move from the old world into the new world, and they are going to combine their traditional delivery models with cloud, what cloud can offer. And also, we heard earlier, I mean, they are also more and more being asked to take liability and responsibility to look at security or to manage security, data integrity, and also service availability. So you will still need companies who are going to manage this for you. It's also bringing a new class of solutions, where today when you're looking at a solution, you're looking at a combination of infrastructure, applications, and business process services. And also, what happens also today is that IT and BPO providers understand, is cognizant of this transformation in technology, and they are trying to evolve and leverage their own capabilities to fit the new world. There's also much more competition, yeah? So there's reduced barriers. Small companies can actually go and compete. The competitive constraints are going away. And customers are now working with multiple providers, yeah? So depending on who is providing which service. So one client will have much bigger choices. So this is how it will also impact the BPO companies. Now, this one, we've covered this extensively in the first few presentations this morning. So maybe I'll just mention one of this is the capital investment. This has been a barrier to outsourcing. A lot of companies, when they look at, I want to outsource, but if I want to outsource, I need to spend huge amount of money in terms of CapEx. Sometimes they don't do it. So this will actually help outsourcing or facilitate outsourcing going forward. Yeah. And the other points were already mentioned in the previous presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please be up here, and if you take a seat here in the middle, please. Can I please ask Ashvina and Rudesha to join us here up at the panel? Thank you. So first and foremost, any questions from the audience here? Or do you need 10 seconds just to stand up and sit down again because you're not falling asleep out there? Okay, good. I have a couple of questions here, and one is actually for Vidya. Have you outsourced your operations of your IT servers?
As a company globally, we have, yeah. We don't have our own servers. I mean, we are outsourcing to in North America to another provider than UK. Yeah, this is something that is very much done, yeah.
Okay, so you're eating your own dog food?
Yeah, we have already outsourced this, yeah.
Yeah, no, but that just shows that when you are in that kind of business, it doesn't stop with you being, it's actually you taking the same measures yourself and keep optimizing your company. And that's very important. Ashvina, the government online center that you are responsible for, is that your disaster recovery, is that done within your own center or is that outsourced?
Actually, we are yet to implement the disaster recovery plan. It's underway. It's not been done yet, but as I mentioned in the presentation, a cloud solution is an option.
Yes.
So no, it's not been implemented yet. It's underway for this year.
Yeah, oh, very good. And would such a thing be authorized by you, Teresa?
We have to consider, obviously. No, I mean, yes, why not? But there are certain issues that we will have to look at deeply, in depth.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what would your recommendation, Teresa, be to Vidya? Now, you keep information about a lot of personal information, I assume, since you're working in human capital management. Yeah? So in some countries like Germany, you're not allowed to keep a photo of the person at the same time as you have personal information. It is considered violation of the Privacy Act,
Yeah.
Which makes it a little bit hard to identify people in the HR systems.
Yeah.
but but you're not. And so, what would you recommend to Vidya in order that he would actually live up to the standards of your country?
I would gladly give Vidya a lecture because obviously I cannot cover all the issues right now, data protection, but I can say the most basic fundamentals, that is what the Data Protection Act says, that you keep your information up to date, accurate, that you just don't share it with anybody, you know. These are the basics of data protection. But there's so much information on our website, and this is the moment for me also to sensitize the public a little bit on the data protection website. We have so much information. So please enjoy this information as well, and please contact us if you need any legal advice on these issues. Yeah.
Maybe there's even an opportunity for someone in the audience to develop a little app that will take you through that information so it becomes educational rather than just a lot of text.
Brilliant suggestion.
Yes.
I would be really glad to see such a product. In fact, we are also thinking about developing a software where we have all data protection ingredients in the software that organizations can do. But obviously, you know, government is always very poor, so we don't have much money and we have to wait for procurement. So these things can take, I don't know, I won't say years, but can take especially months, and let's hope for the best. Yes.
I am sure that Mr. Haberberg, he has a way forward in his cloud to make this happen within minutes. Yes, because especially if you have platform as a service straight out of your Linux environment, that obviously must include some kind of mobile software development, and then you can make these things happen on maybe even make a little, what should I say, competition on the university campus. That's actually what they do in other countries, so to get that innovation and get people interested, and then there's a little competition. And remember, we do have a competition here as well, where you can win an iPad mini if you hang around long enough. Okay, good. Any questions to any of us from the audience? I know it's been very much a one-way scenario, and people's heads are falling a little bit down, I see, but someone must have a question. There is a very, very brave young man here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yashvin Daljit from Emtel. My question is directed to the Data Protection Commissioner. Good morning, madam.
Morning.
My question would be, in terms of data protection with regards to cloud, say for instance, we have a company based, the organization, the data controller in one country, and the data processor in another country. What would be the applicable law, the applicable jurisdiction in such cases, and how Mauritian law prevents forum shopping in such cases, that is, choosing the best law to escape punishment?
This is the international issue of the year.
Yes.
And this is what, we are basically following EU principles on data protection. And the EU data protection reform is actually struggling to see how to really get responsibility of people who are, outside the country, extraterritorial rules, as we call it. Very difficult, very difficult. But there's one practical, way that has been devised, and it's actually what we call cooperation. Mutual legal assistance, cooperation. So one data protection authority, the Mauritian Data Protection Authority, and let's say the Swaziland Data Protection Authority can cooperate and make investigations easier. But then we can choose at the end who is, more responsible in one way, and then that jurisdiction will try the person. And then it comes, legal things like extradition, because it's criminal offenses under the Data Protection Act after that. But there is a way out. It's not that, you cannot prosecute that person. There's no such thing like you can bring him to the Mauritian courts. It's all very possible. So it's not, but they want to simplify that thing, that myth, because it's very difficult in practice. This is why you need a data protection authority who takes that matter up to the other data protection authority, and then we get the police together and we investigate.
Anyone else who would like to speak out with a question? Yes, slightly older gentleman than the younger gentleman who would like to ask a question. Yeah.
I have a question for the Data Protection Commissioner again. It's about the privacy.
Yes.
And I would like to have your views upon the fact that the new ID card, which is a great debate, keeping biometric data, and about companies who are using the same technology to ascertain the presence of their employees.
Yes. Well, maybe you know the answer as well. It was in the press. So what I want to say is that I have given a decision on that, a small judgment on that particular issue of biometric, fingerprinting specifically. And you need the consent of people to be able to use their fingerprints, especially for these attendance purposes. It's catered for in the Data Protection Act. I'm a legal person, so I will obviously always refer to what the law says. So you need the consent. There are certain exceptions which may or may not apply in that particular case. For example, in one of the cases that we had before us, it says it's a contractual thing. We need the fingerprint for the contract of employment. Where is it stated in the contract of employment that you need fingerprints to secure attendance? I put my glasses on, I looked in the contract, I couldn't see anything like that. So it means for me, very simple, that it's not in the contractual agreement. If you want to do that, you should put it in the contractual agreement. You get the consent of all these people on board, you get them to sign the contract, and you say, yes, here we are. Otherwise, no. The exceptions won't apply. You still need the consent of the person. That was the case before us. And the issue is still debated upon. I may not win the case, but I have no problems with not winning the case, but this is what the law says.
Okay. Very good. Any further questions? Anyone in the panel who wants to make a final comment? No.
Well, I think for the government, as we showed you, it's cloud is here to stay and to grow. So definitely, we're trying to get the maximum benefits out of it. And as we said, we will have a private cloud, but the next step is eventually to move to a public cloud as well and try to make optimum use of it. But it's a long way ahead.
Of course. Any transformation is long. Remember, technologists, they always think as soon as the technology is out there, then everything is ready. But people are not ready. And but remember, we as humans, we always overestimate what we can achieve in 2 years and underestimate what we can achieve in 5. And the same will apply here. This conference and these discussions we've had here in 5 years' time, what did they discuss? We have done so much more. So, and I think you laid the foundation in the government of Mauritius to actually drive this forward. And now you make sure that the private sector also starts helping the small to medium business, because then you will see an uptake, because they are much more agile. So with that, I will thank you very much for the speakers here this morning, and we're moving straight on to the next session. So thank you very much. Thank you. So our next session is managing disruptive technologies and redefining the right ecosystem. And the first speaker will be, and we've made a little change to it because Stipe Maric and we went through our presentations together, and we found out that in the interest of the audience, we should not repeat the same presentation twice, just about. So Stipe will have a longer presentation, and I will not be a speaker at the very end because it would very much have been the same messages coming across. But the first speaker here will be, the first speaker of Stipe will be Paul Valette, who is the very knowledgeable CTO of Emtel, One of the main reasons why you have mobile telephony in this country is because of him. He knows everything. He told me yesterday at least.
Anyway, I need time to fix this on my ear. Huh?
Okay,
It'll take
yes.
a couple of minutes.
I will not say much more, Paul. I keep you in trouble. But no, really, I think it's a very impressive story that Emtel has to tell about the 4G and the LTE deployment. And Paul is here to enlighten you on this. And don't be afraid if there's an abbreviation or two. He will take questions on that afterwards. It is his, it's his prerogative as a CTO to use abbreviations no one's heard of before. Here you go.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Shamim, maybe I'm missing your notes. Good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. I will take you through, well, 2G, 3G, 4G, LTE now. 4G is speed, not only. And 4G is about mobility as well. LTE is long-term evolution. It's a nice evolution, is always good, future-proof. And throughout the next hour, we'll take you through what it can do to you, to your businesses. Yeah? I think I've lost my notes, so I might just go without. Well, 25 years ago, the story of Emtel started in the analog world, and eventually jumped onto GSM voice, SMS in '99, and embarked onto the digital era. The evolution took us throughout 3G, different flavors, where we saw the addition of data. When we look at 384 kilobits per second nowadays, we feel it's barely, acceptable. And eventually, in 2010, we deployed a blanket coverage of HSPA+, which is basically fastest 3G available, 3.5G, some call it, that could take you up to 21.6 megabits per second. And this paved the way to the next generation, 4G, LTE, where we can reach speeds up to 100 Mbps with very low latency, so with very responsive network, and that opens a world of opportunity and business benefits. Now, where can Emtel deliver this? From the airport, where you have the full 2G, 3G, and 4G network services there, all the way to Port Louis. There we have a very consistent coverage of the city. Blue is good indoor coverage, where LTE can show us a very agile technology, very quick to deploy. There is no deployment, basically. Your device would be latching on the LTE network. It's a mobile technology. And would allow for a very seamless continuity of services wherever you are in Port Louis. Here in Cyber City, it was mentioned that you've got a fiber connectivity through our GPON network infrastructure, and LTE actually is a very, very nice premium complement to this to address the mobile part of the service requirements for business usage as well as personal usage. I'm on 4G actually right now, and you'll have some 4G demonstration outside if you haven't seen it already. Yeah. Now, 4G is a mobile access technology, which means it addresses the last mile. It's great to have a last mile that's super fast, but you need to have a background to deploying this and to have the end-to-end network, at the same level of technology and delivery. For this, we went through several steps before we're capable of offering 4G services to everyone. The main ones is in 2012, we changed totally the network, the access network. what we call the network modernization, single RAN means for you basically that the entire island is 4G enabled. The equipment that was deployed to replace the existing infrastructure is 2G, 3G, 4G enabled. Yeah. So even though the footprint I showed you now is limited to certain areas, potentially, virtually, we should be able to deploy very fast 4G in any places where there is requirements for it. Then last year, we upgraded the transport network that connects everything all together to an IP MPLS, which is a very resilient, solid network. And the network today is end-to-end all IP. For those who understand the IP terms, I guess there's going to be some more discussion on IP v6 a bit later this afternoon. It gives a lot of flexibility and resilience to the services. But then 4G is really all about data, and 4G is today, yet again, limited to some areas. Therefore, to ensure business continuity, we needed to provide fallback options for data, obviously, throughout the 3G HSPA Plus network that covers the entirety of the island, as well as on voice. If you've got an LTE enabled phone and someone calls you, even though you're on 4G, you'll be receiving the call, and you can seamlessly continue, placing your call or receiving your call anywhere on the island as well, moving from a 4G area to a 3G or 2G area as well. Now, that's for the access and transport network that goes into the red circle that Shamroy mentioned earlier, which is a 20 gigabit per second fiber ring to ensure full resilience as well of the service, and that connects the two switching centers and the data center in Arsenal and Rosehill, and eventually all the way to the international partners that we have out there. Living on an island is even more relevant. We've got redundancy of point of presence and routes to ensure that we've got an access to the internet all the time. Yeah. Not only to the internet, but for business-related services as well. Summarizing, we have a state-of-the-art network and backbone today domestically. We also have the plentiful capacity and the right level of connectivity with diversity that needs to make it safe and secure out to the world. We're totally independent as a network, which is a plus. If anything happens outside our network, basically the service keeps going. Yeah. Well, now, what does it do for you and your business again? It's all about convergence nowadays. What is 4G? What is 4G bringing to this? Well, speed, I mentioned that, but mobility as well. Yeah? So speed matters, but then eventually speed gets so fast and faster than fast that we don't really care about, that 10, 20, 100, 200 megabits per second. It's all the same. I just want my service to just run, anywhere, anytime, any device. This is, we're in the big data world now, and we want to be connected, all the time. You want to take a picture and upload it onto your Facebook if you're a consumer, or make sure you're still in touch with your business partners if somewhere in a remote location. Now, the good news is we are still somewhat in the early days of 4G. Yeah? In the early days of 3G, 384 kilobits per second, so speed had a number attached to it. Today in 4G, speed downlink 15, 20 megabits per second and up. And the roadmap looks quite promising. Yeah? Being in the early days, we're talking about, in some locations in the world, they're already starting to work on this and deployed some even more advanced LTE network. Some tests have shown beyond the 1 gigabit per second throughput. And the very good news, uplink at last. Yeah? Who hasn't been stuck in a situation where I need to send an email, a big file to my boss, I'm on the move, and it's not responding, or it's taking ages to get there. LTE sorts the problem out. Today with LTE, you can get on the uplink a speed that's equivalent to the best speed you could get on the downlink on 3G. So 10 Mbps, 15, 20 is not science fiction, it's available for demonstration right there. Yeah? Well, 4G then is really positioned as a connectivity enabler towards this seamless world of data and big data. Buffering is one thing. There's no more buffering in 4G. And since not only speed, but latency is really key as well there, when you hit the button, you don't wait until it starts. You hit the button, it's quite immediate, and you've got your experience right there. Yeah? Always-on service experience. The 4G infrastructure makes it closer to you, to the user. Therefore, there is a much more responsive network, and you can have lots of services, and it will be, I guess, explained a bit later on throughout the hour, that require this kind of connectivity that you wouldn't have with former mobile technologies, or not as good. Ubiquitous access, supported by the IP world towards IPv6, yeah, and the zillions of not only people needed to be connected, but machines, devices, any device, anything. Yeah? What's the way forward? Well, everything that needs to be connected will be connected eventually. I'm just repeating things that have been said for the last few years now already. And there is a strong need for integrated systems. Yeah? Cloud has been debated a bit. Cloud-based is a must. Yeah? LTE, again, is the last mile enabler. You need to have a very strong infrastructure to support all this, and cloud is totally part of that. So is IPv6. Yeah? And the innovation never stops. It goes faster than people getting used to it. Yeah? So obviously, we endeavor to support this, yeah? Adopting ourselves the latest technologies to be able to push that out to you for your best business benefits. What of 2G and 3G? Is it obsolete? Before someone asks me the question later. No, it's not. Today, you must know that 2G carries about 85% of the voice calls on the Emtel network. Yeah? So it's still a big part of what we do, yeah, with 2G. 3G carries about 85% of the data volumes. Yeah? 4G being still in its infancy for Mauritius. We'll see that growing. 2G will remain for the years to come the layer of choice for voice. Together with 3G, we'll see possibly 3G gaining grounds there. And 3G remains the overall data layer as well. Yeah? You still have a very good 3G data layer out there. Now 4G is premium data layer. Yeah? So really relevant for businesses on the go to deliver mobility for enterprises, and QoS, QoE standing for quality of service and quality of experience. Again, you know, does it really matter whether you run at 20 or 35 megabits per second? Not really. You just want to make sure that your service actually is delivered in due time, yeah, and with no errors. Yeah. So I was very short. There is more to come. Yeah, I didn't get the 2-minute reminder. Yeah. But I thank you for your attention, and we'll take questions later. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paul. Did very well time-wise. Our next speaker is Stipe Maric. Stipe lives in Dubai, works for Arthur D. Little. He's been there for 10 years as a consultant, previously in the telecom industry. 4 years previous to that, working for T-Mobile. So he's a very experienced consultant in this area, and has lately spent quite a lot of time in, was it Iran, you said?
Yes, it was Iran.
Yes. So
last year, most of my time was in Iran. Yeah. Maybe you're probably not going to have time to talk about it, but later I can share some of my experiences. Okay. I helped the client launch 3G and 4G.
So welcome on stage, Stipe, and he's also doing my presentation that you saw at the end, so to say, because he was actually having the same point. So you have a little bit extra time.
Excellent. We'll see if I manage to come to the 2-minute mark. So, hello again, everybody. Let me see. I'm here to talk about business benefits of LTE. Before that, I'd like to touch base on innovation, as promised in the morning. ADL being a global company, we have offices around the world in 50, 55 countries. And we have one practice purely focused on innovation management as well. We do regularly global surveys on innovation management. So we focused last couple of years on looking at the approach, how do organizations approach their innovation management and what is their success in it? And how does this reflect their top line, bottom line, their productivity and so on? How does this relate to LTE? How does this relate to cloud? Well, there are a couple of main factors in achieving success in innovation management. One being empowering your organization, including everybody in innovation. Example is government can include universities in innovation. The other one being using your business intelligence in a structured way. So not only your customer touch points, not only customer care, not only sales, you can use big data as well. Using your clients, using your suppliers, and so on. So, and the third one, third of the big ones, is technology. So the customer needs to understand what is the impact of technology on their corporate goals. And LTE is a technology, cloud is a technology, and it has an impact on their corporate goals. What do best performers do? They regularly review where they are in terms of their capabilities in the certain technology. They know where they want to go. They know what kind of capabilities they need to have to succeed, not in a functional way, tick product sheets and so on, but in terms of what does this technology bring to their customers. And they actually manage the contribution of value from that technology. So just quickly, because the main topic is LTE, just quickly the 6 conclusions. I actually have 5 in mind, but there are a couple of versions of this. I'll give you a few of conclusions of our global survey. If you are a good innovator, you perform better. That's a clear statement. So you're more productive, you are more efficient, you perform better on a number of levels. Number 2, we actually quantified how does this affect your revenue, how does this affect your cost. I will quickly show on the next slide exactly how top performers perform better than the rest in terms of revenue, in terms of EBIT. Number 3, we are tracking the innovation management across the years, and we've seen that since 2010, when it was at the peak, the performance has gone down a little bit due to various factors, crisis in some areas and so on. However, the perception of innovation and importance of innovation with the companies has doubled. So even though they perform a bit less or not as good, they are more happier and they give more value to the innovation management. Number 4, all the companies understand there is a correlation between doing good innovation management and success. However, and they're investing in it. However, only 1/5 of the people we talked to, and we talked about 650 companies around the world, are actually satisfied with what they're doing. Most of them want to do more, and it's on their corporate agendas to do more and more and more each year. And another topic we discussed in the panel is good innovators grow better and faster. Among others, because they use innovative technologies. So let me give you just a few numbers, then we move to LTE. I need to look at this because it's too far. So on the top left, you see share of new products and services in the overall revenues. Top performers have 35% share of new products and services in their sales, while the average have only 16, which is 19% more. If you look at the profit, so I'm talking about 3 years, so we're looking at new products which are in the market for 3 years. As Kim said, we overestimate what we can do in the year, but we underestimate what we can do in 3 years in this case. Share of EBIT of new products and services within top innovators is 13% higher than on average. And time to break even is 30% shorter. Now, this is on average across the industries. On the right side, you can see how does it work per different industries, but the biggest difference between top innovators and the average ones is telecoms and media, engineering and electronics, and automotive. Now we move to LTE. Yeah, as Kim said, us strategy consultants are very, very good in making very complex and not hardly understandable slides. But I got a bit more time, so I can invest some time in guiding you through it. So on the left side, we have 3 key trends in the evolution of business communication. 1, increasing mobility and flexibility of the workforce. What does it mean? There is a constant increasing demand of having better collaboration, integration of your employees which are mobile or dislocated or somewhere else. It's the key trend. Number 2, popularity of cloud. By now, most of the companies either enable or give their employees tablets, smartphones, and applications to use. Or if they don't, they actually allow them access on their service, which are through cloud. It's the second trend. Third trend, consumerization of the ICT. Basically, we all have high criteria what we want our mobile phones to do in our private life, but even more in the business life. We want them to do what they're supposed to do, to connect to the proper service, to provide our email service without interruptions, and so on. So these are the 3 main factors that drive development of mobile applications. These are in the middle. So they can be horizontal, going across the industries, or vertical, specialized for a certain industry. So horizontal would be, for example, Salesforce, automation, content sharing, communication, collaboration, video conferencing, and so on, which go across industries. Verticals would be focused on healthcare. We have some examples later. Focused on construction industry, and so on. And we come to the benefits. So by using these applications, the companies actually achieve benefits. 1, increased sales and improved customer care. For example, salesman comes, he enriches his sales presentation with rich media. It's a benefit. You can optimize your sales force, optimize your logistics. Even only reacting to your customer needs when you're out of the office. It's a big improvement. You don't need to wait to come back to send something to your client. Come back. These are tangible improvements. Improvements in products or services. So in terms improvements in products definition, so you're adding speed and mobility, or just improvements in quality due to increased speed. Productivity gains in terms of personal productivity. That you can send a lot of emails in the taxi to and from the airport. Team productivity, collaboration between different people. Management productivity, faster decision making. So if you are able to access something on your tablet, on your phone, look at the spreadsheet and say, okay, this discount we can give, you're able to respond immediately. Improvements in innovation as well. Process efficiency as well. Direct cost reductions, mainly office space. People work remotely. People are able to work from home. Less office space, less all of the office material. Employee motivation. So we talk about productivity and employee motivation. So employees can work remotely. They reduce their wasted time. Now, there is a funny story. I come to it a couple of weeks ago. I don't know in which country it was. With strong social laws, we can always use France for that example, right? So the unions requested a certain company to block access to, I'm not sure which one, but some of the corporate features from Friday 7 p.m. till Monday 8 a.m. So workers are not obliged or encouraged to work more. What happened at the end? Within a week, most of the workers said, no, give us back this access. We want this access to the company information. We are actually using time over weekend when we have a minute or two, when we're doing something, we don't feel an obligation. It's not a harassment. We do a lot of things which enable us to live through the next week easier. So we feel this is a benefit. So actually the workers went against the union in this one. So people can be more motivated by giving them easier access to their work. And then improved flexibility, agility, decision making. Let's talk a bit more about benefits. So technical performance, I think we heard a lot about technical performance and the higher bandwidth of LTE, lower latency, better efficiency, and so on. Let's see how does this relate to what does the user feel? Better speed of data downloads, especially uploads. What does this enable? You can easily from your mobile or tablet now send 10 megabyte attachments without connection breaking, without doing it 3 or 4 times. I mean, this happens even on DSL now. If you try to send out a big email, a few seconds of interruptions, you need to resend and resend and resend, and it takes forever. So LTE is faster, LTE is more reliable, so you can be online, receive and send multiple things more reliably, more faster. Be in real-time communication with your co-workers and with your clients. Another thing which was, Paul had a nice graphic showing trams and cars and a lot of that. So what LTE does significantly better than 3G is performance in fast-moving objects. Oh, in our case, it's vehicles. So cars, we have a good example. If I will have the time, I'll show you one concrete example on how is it used in healthcare, in ambulances. LTE is much better and gives significantly stronger user experience in that case. And reliability and connection, of fast connection and services. Let's go to real life. Few most developed markets of LTE, one of them, or D1, is US. We talked to over 250 companies as a part of one of our projects to see what are their benefits from LTE. So we have the results here. 2/3 said our productivity has increased. There are some hard factors which you can prove, there are some soft factors, but 2/3 believe and say, with LTE, our productivity has increased. Half of them say, we have managed to cut costs, and this is measurable. We have managed to cut costs with LTE. Almost 40% said, we have actually won more business. We are closer to our customers, we're reacting better, we're getting new business or improving our existing business. So we are increasing our revenues. 40%, as I said a minute ago, they really feel the increased employee motivation, which spills over to productivity again, which spills over to revenues again. 11% improving customer satisfaction, and so on and so on. So let us talk about, I'll show you a bit more about two hard factors, cost and revenues. I think I have the wrong version here. Cost and revenues, yes. So we said, half of the users report cost savings, 40% almost report increased sales. So where, which industries? In terms of cost saving, biggest impact is technology and IT. This is the purple line. Technology and IT, automotive, transport, healthcare, also creative industries. It's interesting. Creative industries, 60% of them saying our revenues are higher and our cost is lower with LTE. Other sales impact is, again, healthcare, hotel. I think tourism is big in Mauritius. So we see across the industries, there are different factors and there are different use cases how companies use LTE and how they can benefit from them. And having a large enough base, we are sort of able to understand which kind of applications work for which type of industry. and what kind of benefit they can expect from it. Now I'm not sure which is my next slide because this was, okay, I think this is the one. How am I with time? So to show some concrete examples of use cases of LTE, which industries use it in which way, what's the incremental benefit? So the Harvey balls on the right say, okay, how does LTE compare here to 3G or let's say Wi-Fi? There is a benefit. It's not necessarily groundbreaking that you do something that you were not able to do before with 3G or Wi-Fi, but there is a benefit. So in terms of large file transfer, bringing the hospital to the ambulance, it's a healthcare example. I will show you that one in details later. Media transfer across different types of industries, creative sharing all kinds of architectural files, design files, engineering, being able to communicate with the remote sites and sharing the plans and so on. Horizontal applications across all industries, SharePoint, Dropbox. One of the use cases we found that customers really use and appreciate is rapid workplace setup. What does it mean? Connected, so quickly build and connect your office somewhere remotely. When you think of a site, it's a construction site mainly. So you're able to quickly build your office, build your connectivity, I mean, with an LTE, MiFi router. You're connected, it works, it's safe, you control it, it's not public Wi-Fi, you control the performance. It's not only construction, it's for professional services. I work in the professional services. I don't know, I've done a lot of due diligences, so you have a room full of 20 people sitting there for a month helping somebody acquire or merge or defend from an acquisition. And you need to be able to transfer your information securely. You don't have time to ask for broadband access. You're there only for a month. You need to be able to use all the services that you're usually used to in your work. Another point, connecting distributed stores, retail. I'll show you an example of retail as well later. Machine-to-machine communication. Somebody talked about it as well before. Site security, remote monitoring, smart homes. All these applications work more reliable and better with LTE than 3G. If we talk about conferencing, telepresence and so on, we talk about Skype, we talk about WebEx for business applications, in-car media, so LTE performs very much better on moving objects. So BMW is using 4G a lot, improving their experience in their cars. Remote access to applications, I said mobile applications for workflow management, sales support in logistics applications in the retail industry, and all kinds of horizontal applications, CRM, ERP, and so on. Okay, so I will show you three examples in details, one from construction, one from retail, two from healthcare. Construction, what are the drivers for these applications from a certain industry? There's complexity in construction, difficulty and scale. Key driver and key driver for margin for construction is efficiency. So they need to control what's going on site very carefully. And they need to be flexible on their work location because it's mobile. Retail, the drivers for using mobile applications in retail. E-commerce, M-commerce, multi-channel customer management. You're able to do targeted marketing and sales activities. You can be more efficient in using some supply chain applications. And we have an example of that, connectivity for distributed stores. Healthcare, we have two examples. Healthcare is not driven by, if it's private healthcare, it's driven by profit, but there are also some There is a good statement, LTE can save lives. I'll show you later. 5 minutes. Then I'll move to healthcare first. I think it's a good example. Healthcare. So, bringing the hospital to the ambulance. One German hospital is in trial. I think it's probably now, the trial is over, it's actually commercial. So they have an ambulance which is 4G enabled. They use this specifically for improving survival of stroke patients. So when somebody has a heart attack, they're sending this ambulance out. They have mobile scanners to do a mobile CT in the ambulance, or even in the home where they come to pick up the person. They send it via LTE. This was clearly impossible with 3G. These are very high resolution images which the ambulance could go back and forth 3 times by the time it achieves the picture comes to the nearby hospital. So they send it to the hospital. There is a team ready for receiving these kind of things. They analyze, they give the recommendation on treatment immediately. So you can imagine they report 54, so half the time of the reaction, and this is literally saving lives. Impact of LTE is, as I said, one, ability to transfer fast and high-resolution images or big files, and no or minimal interruption on fast-driving ambulance. So that's one example. Let me show you another one. Gas station chain in the US. So there are regional gas station chains. Somewhere where they go, there is one provider of fixed broadband. Somewhere where they go, there's another provider. On the third location they have, there's no fixed line. So what do we do? They installed. So they moved all their communication on LTE. They've done all their voice communication on LTE over voice over IP. They have connected all the ATMs that are on the gas station over LTE. No fixed connection. And they connected their internal systems of inventory, KPIs, data collection systems. So they have third-party ATMs, their own voice communication, their own data collection, all over 4G. So this, for sure, improves predictability. If something is down, your gas station number 10 calls and my system is down, you need to check who is the broadband provider, why is it not working, you're calling one customer service. Here, you're using one provider, you agree on a better quality of service, you have one point of contact, say station 7, so improved and more predictable operations, saving cost. Am I out of time? One more? One more. Let's do another healthcare. So the first example was in Germany. This is the US. There are a lot of remote areas in the States. Hospitals cannot serve the entire city or the entire region. So people cannot even come in, or the doctors are not able to come out. So they have two things. They have bracelets sending medical data to the hospital, or the doctors come with the medical equipment, and they create user accounts for each patient. They deliver them. They send them guidance. They send them things that they need to do. They can do rapid diagnostics. The doctor comes into their place, takes the blood, sends the results, gets them back in a matter of minutes. Otherwise, he would need to go back to the hospital, come back tomorrow, and so on. So, tremendous improvement in efficiency. And again, it's mainly using high bandwidth in terms of sending videos, sending scans, and so on. So I hope I managed to show you some real life benefits of LTE. It's not only speed, it's not only latency, it's not only bandwidth, and examples of what do companies, what benefits the users, what the companies appreciate, in which sectors. There is much more. I have a big deck of these things, but time is limited. If you're interested, I'm here, I'm around. You can come to me and ask the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah, thank you very much. I think there's some very, very good examples here that we can all think of situations where this could actually apply to our business or our government institution, where this could actually make sense. Just thinking of even legal documents can sometimes be slightly larger than normal, and with all the annotations that happen during the process of all this, imagine if you could share this on, you use 4G, and you actually, that way the process of actually getting things to the final stage becomes much faster. So I think there's a lot of areas that we can all think of in our organization where we can actually make that happen much faster and the workflow becomes simpler. There will be a raffle. There will be a raffle. I will ask you to check your card. The 3 last numbers on that card is your number. And I repeat, the 3 last numbers. And not to make you believe it's not happening and you're winning some Lego boxes. This is what you're winning. Okay. But you have to hold on another 10 minutes. So I'll ask, and this time I think it's a Mr. Jérôme Louis, to come on stage to talk about governance and enterprise architecture from a regulatory perspective, and he's Director of Engineering at ICTA. Is that still correct? Okay, good. So, hang on. The most exciting presentation of the day is now to happen. So please.
Well, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so actually my presentation is about the regulatory perspective of managing disruptive technologies and how we redefine the right ecosystem for disruptive technologies, which include LTE and other wireless radio communication technologies, which are coming our way. So basically, well, for those who don't know me, I work for the regulator, and we do spectrum management as one of our core business activities. So this is part of this which I'm going to share with you this afternoon. So we'll go through some background information. Then I'll talk about how disruptive technologies pose a challenge to spectrum management. Because we've been talking about innovation since this morning, I'll try to show how we can how we can sort of encourage innovation or facilitate innovation in spectrum access, and this in terms of in the introduction of technology-neutral licenses in our licensing regime in Mauritius. And then I'll try to explain what are the implications, both to the regulator and to the licensees, of technology-neutral licenses, and a summary at the end. Right, so the key purpose of spectrum management, of course, as I'm sure most of you know, is to maximize the value that society gains from the radio spectrum by allowing as many efficient users as possible, while ensuring that the interference between different users remains manageable. And indeed, to be able to get the advantage which we saw in the previous presentation about LTE, we have to ensure that the spectrum, an adequate amount of spectrum is available, and also that spectrum is used in such a way that one user will not interfere on the others. And all this, of course, is for the benefit of society, As we saw in the previous presentation, I think it's a good time that I came. It's a good way of ordering the presentations, because we saw, for instance, in the medical sector, for example, the benefits that we get. So just imagine if we have an interference while we're transferring the medical data of someone, this could be a real problem. So we have to ensure that this takes place in a proper manner. Now, traditionally, spectrum management agencies such as the IST, actually, we still do this. We provide each user with the right to use devices that comply with specific equipment standard. And those people who work for Emtel will certainly know the importance we place in type approval. So this is basically what we're talking about here. And therefore, we do specify that in this particular band, those standards are applicable, and these are basically the rights which the licensee has to operate in this particular frequency band. The problem with this, whereas it actually makes interference management very easy, or relatively easy, both for the regulator or for the operator, the issue with this is that it leads to what some people have called the tyranny of standards. What it means is that if we actually prescribe that in a particular band you can use this standard, then you're locked with this standard. And this basically limits innovation. So if basically someone else, an operator, has another technology to deploy, which is probably better, which may be better than whatever we have prescribed, then he can't do it, because we're going to say, the regulator is going to say that, sorry, this band is for that standard. Whatever you're bringing is certainly very good, but it doesn't comply with that standard, so sorry. So this is what people have called the tyranny of standards, and we don't want to be locked into this. And if we want to innovate more and more, we should get out of that tyranny, basically. And indeed, with technologies now, and the software-defined radios in particular, this allows to have more flexibility into the way the devices operate. For example, in a single box, as well, in our phone, basically, any phone today implements several technologies and several frequency bands. So just the phone itself is a very flexible device. LTE, for instance, is engineered with flexibility as a prerequisite. In terms of frequency bands, there are at least 20 frequency bands where LTE can operate. In terms of the bandwidth utilization, it ranges from, I think, if I can remember, from 5 megahertz up to 20, if not more, in terms of necessary bandwidth. In terms of duplex schemes, you can operate both frequency division duplex or time division duplex. The modulation is adaptive, coding schemes are adaptive, etc., etc. Now, and also what we've seen very recently is that some technologies do not even require harmonized frequency bands to operate. LTE still requires harmonized frequency bands in the sense that they have defined like 20 for the technology to operate, but some technologies do not even require this. They can operate on almost any frequency band which is available. Now, this amount of flexibility which technology actually brings today cannot work if the regulatory agencies continue to allocate spectrum or assign spectrum in the way they used to do like 10, 15 years ago. So we have to evolve. Now, so there's a big debate, well, there has been a big debate, and there's still a big debate about harmonization, how good harmonization is. Do we actually need to harmonize all of frequency bands all around the world? Well, this can be an advantage and is necessary in some cases still, for instance, for roaming purposes. But this is no more mandatory today, right? This is no more mandatory. Because what we can see, for instance, is that technologies are able to adapt to the availability of different frequency bands in different regions of the world. And as I say here, whereas it is still desirable to have some frequency bands in common worldwide, the trend is that different regions of the world use different combinations of frequency band for the same technology. This is what we see, for instance, with LTE again, right? And indeed, the technology permits this to happen. Now, so one solution, in fact, is to designate more than one compatible technologies for frequency band. This is what we did for the 1800 megahertz band here in Mauritius, where we say that this band, you can operate GSM, UMTS, LTE, and WiMAX. But still, this sort of restrains innovation. So what we're trying to do is, well, the question we are asking ourselves is, should the regulator continue to choose winners in terms of technologies or standards to be deployed in frequency bands? And should the operators not be in the best place to make such a strategic decision? So this is where we're moving towards technology-neutral licenses and the definition of a technology-neutral license, where basically, once you get the technology-neutral license, you can do virtually anything with it. So a technology-neutral license is one which, through its terms and conditions, creates such a level of technical certainty in the industry that enables the deployment of different standards in adjacent spectrum spaces with minimal negotiation among licensees and also with the regulator. So this is what basically we would like to achieve. Now, you're going to tell me that today we can operate standards which are not necessarily compatible. Yes, close to one another. Yes, we can do this, and we do this in Mauritius as well. The operation of CDMA and EGSM is an example. The CDMA 2000 is a technology from region 2, US, etc., whereas GSM is a technology from region 1, and they are usually not compatible. But indeed, we've been able to do this, but to do this, we need to keep what we call the guard band, which is a waste, basically, of spectrum, which the regulator imposes. And on top of this, this requires a lot of negotiation on a daily basis between operators. So this is not very, very efficient. So how does the technology-neutral license actually work? Well, basically, the regulator, based on anticipated use of a frequency band, will come up with a set of what are called transmit rights and minimal receiver characteristics. Now, because we have almost got rid of the standard, we have to build a standard by ourselves now for the operator to be able to operate. So this is basically what we tend to do with the technology-neutral license. So basically, we specify all the unwanted emissions, the minimal receiver characteristics that are required, the deployment constraints in terms of antenna height, in terms of beam width, etc., and also a registration procedure where the operator will have to register its devices, the devices that it actually deploys. Now, all this to be able to take care of interference. And then the operator on its side will have to deploy its network, of course, and while doing so, it will then have to take into consideration whatever devices which are registered in the register. Well, I don't have the time to talk more about this, but this is basically what it is. So, in order to accommodate disruptive technologies, the spectrum management regime should move away from full reliance on standards for interference management. And technology-neutral licensing is viewed as the solution, as it has the advantage of being future-proof. And of course, the technology-neutral license should be capable of managing both in-band and out-of-band interference. But there is the price to pay for this flexibility, however, is a little bit more of complexity. And therefore, this should require a learning period for the whole industry to be able to sort of overcome a bit more of complexity I'm talking about. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jerome. Will you be here after lunch as well?
Sure.
Because then I think what we will do, this panel that we were supposed to have, can we start with that after lunch? Because I see people about to faint because they haven't had anything to eat and drink. Yeah? It's okay if we take the panel discussion after lunch. Is that? I see certain element of consensus at least for those who are still awake. But now comes the big moment, the raffle time. So I will repeat the 3 last digits, not the first. I will not have anyone fighting me. You didn't, and some people do not have a delegate's. What do we do with one of the most acclaimed speakers? She did not have a delegate. I think we have to wait, because you're the only one that can sue me if this goes wrong, yeah? I can proceed, okay. Whew, I'm in trouble here, yeah. So, I would like, if this 2 minutes, okay, we are getting, we really want to stay out of trouble. We are getting a delegate badge. We're getting a delegate badge. You're not going to win it? Okay. But in the meantime, could I please ask the CEO of Emtel to come up here and to... No. Are we getting a badge? Otherwise, you can have mine. By the way, I have to say, so that everyone thinks that it does go the way it should, Emtel employees are not allowed to participate in this. Yeah? And the way it works is that a number will be picked, and if there's no one with that number, we will move on to a new number until we have a winner. And Emtel employees are not part of this. Okay? And I even don't believe I'm part of it. Yeah. Okay? Is that it? We're here. We will just be in trouble with the regulators for the rest of our life. Okay. I think we have to continue. Yeah? So, and this is all done through a cloud service on the data centers at Emtel, and it's using highly computational powers. And the number is 442. 442. Anyone with 442? Anyone with 442? I see cry people over here who had 443. No? Yeah. Next number coming up. As you can see, they're using high-powered CPUs. 609. And it's not enough just to shout, I got it, and then you don't have it, okay? I will check. Anyone with 609? First, second, third, nothing. Okay, next. Three, 2, 6. Anyone with 3, 2, 6? I fear we may be here for a couple hours, but but anyway, next number. $519. Anyone with 519? 519. None with 519. We're moving on to the next number. Are we moving on to the next number? $912. Anyone with 912? Do we have any mathematicians in the room here? Because how many combinations can we have here? And compared to the amount of people. I'm getting worried here. Apparently no one on 912. Lunch is getting closer. Next number. 253. 253. None on 253. We are moving on to the next number. $796. $796. Are we sure we actually have different numbers on this? Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. That's well, 227, 227. That was probably a software as a service we saw here, yeah? And you only have 5 tries. They didn't buy the software, yeah? 227. 227. Okay, next. 171. 171. Okay. I think we have to try the next one. Did everyone have like a sequential number when they entered from number 1 to number 200? Is that how it worked? Yes, okay. Should we give it 2 more tries? Otherwise, I can come up with a number which is not mine. Yeah. And I will take the 2 last digits, and those that have the 2 last digits will then be a draw. Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Or keep the iPad. Yeah. So, can we do 2 more draws on the very, very advanced systems, and I will move to something much simpler. $829. Anyone on 829? Anyone on 829? Not. Next one. The suspense is 893. Anyone on 893? If that's not the case, you had 883. 883. Yeah, sorry, it's not good enough. Okay, so I'm going to come up with something which is basically just the last 2 digits. Does anyone have? What? Sorry? We can. How do you claim ownership to that one? Yeah. Oh, okay. It's just that I didn't even have a name on mine, so so I'm not sure if everyone has that. So why don't we maybe take the last 2 digits and maybe use my birth year as the number? Would that be okay? Because that exposes me and not you. Yeah, it's a data protection issue, but I can live with it. Yeah. Anyone have the number? The last 2 digits is 63. Anyone has the last 2 as 63? Okay, we're now moving to another kind of data protection. The last 2 numbers would then be, if we took your birth year. Did you say 79? Okay, 79. No one has 79 as the last 2 digits? Last 3 digits.
Some people had the last 3 digits. Not now. People have
Yeah, I'm trying to narrow the scope.
Sham is not giving his right.
25? Anyone has 25? There is a winner. Is there any other with 25? No. Okay.
225.
I must say it's very close. Well done. Thank you. I think it's photo time as well. Camera? No camera. Okay, we will have a break. It'll be for 45 minutes, please. So we come back, and there'll be another raffle, by the way, that'll be even more exciting. So if we can please be here at 22. 22. 3. 20 to 3. And then we will have last speakers, and thank you. I think we've had a very, very exciting day so far. We've had Mr. Kurimji talking about how that he has been able to take this company, Emtel, forward, how he's provided the base infrastructure to Mauritius to actually be able to execute on the ICT dreams and visions that the government showed in their presentation, Mr. Chedumrum, Right Honourable Minister. And there's a very visionary approach to ICT. I really like what I'm hearing. It's the way countries and governments should go, because ICT is going to be part of everyone's business. Whether it's getting faster deliveries from someone, whether it's ordering cheaper, whether it's actually getting the right thing at the right time, whether it's a route optimization plan, etc., etc., etc. It's all ICT that everyone has. And remember, the cloud services can basically provide services for your customer engagement system, for your bookkeeping system, for your web presence, for your telephony, for a number of things. And probably the only system that you need still to run, as many companies have at home, is probably your production system in some form or format, the thing that differentiates you from your competitors and the sole reasons for your existence. All the other things can quite likely be run in the cloud. We've had very good speakers. We've had Mr. Roy to tell about what they want to do in the future. I think that is very exciting. It puts Emtel on the very forefront. And the history has shown that they have always been a technology leader in this country. We've had the director from Central Informatics Bureau showing how the cloud actually is fully, so to say, maybe not adopted, but it is part of the policy. It's part of what people do, the government does in Mauritius. And I'm sure there are still challenges getting the various CIOs onto that platform. But that's a transformation journey that will take a good 5 years, I think. Now we also need to get private sector to understand that they don't have to run everything themselves. We've had presentations around what the government online center is actually doing and how they're going about it and how they're training and making that transition in people's mind. I think that is a very important thing. It's easy to put technology up there, but if you don't get people with you and if you don't have the processes to support it, it doesn't really matter. So I think it's a very, very correct initiative they're taking, and every company should be doing that. We've heard about the data protection. It is not to be underestimated. Security and data protection is the single biggest objection to cloud services, so it must be communicated. It's a learning process, and remember that security people are now back in focus, because last time anyone listened to them was actually around year 2000, and now it's their turn again, saying cloud is very dangerous. No, we cannot. No, we cannot. No, we cannot. And this time it's actually together with the IT department. IT departments are often known as the no department, and they say no until it's too late. So the two of them needs to be helped, and that transformation is very, very important. We've had good examples from Ceridian talking about how they leverage the cloud benefits in their business and what they should be about. And I think there's something to be learned here, that use cloud where it makes sense, use cloud so you can be agile, smart, and they can scale up with 100, 150 people in no time. That is because they're using cloud. If they had to have people hardwiring everything all the time, they couldn't do it. And we'd had Paul give us a little insight, Paul Valette from Emtel, a little insight into how the 4G LTE revolution happens at Emtel. And I think, again, you're on the forefront, and I look forward to starting to consume it, actually. And we had Stipe Maric to talk about the business benefits. And here comes where most people actually understand why is this good? How are people using it? And it's those examples that you need to look at and say, how could this apply to my business? How could I think a little bit out of the box? How could I enable my field service engineers to just work much smarter, faster, better? And how can I eliminate a workflow of 10 paper-based processes and make that all electronic because it makes sense? And we've had Jérôme Louis talk about the spectrum analysis of the country. No, actually, how do you distribute the spectrum? And I think it's a very, very good approach you're taking here to make it technology neutral and actually let the market forces find out how it should work, but still steer, guide, and direct. I think that's a very sound approach. And with that, one of the reasons why all of this is actually possible and why we're talking big data, why we're talking 3 different kinds of systems that will basically govern the world for a foreseeable future. It's the old, well-known systems of records. Who doesn't understand when I say systems of records? Systems of records is your old bookkeeping systems, ERP systems, business intelligence systems, all these things where we have a predefined world, and we know exactly how it should look like. We defined the systems before we went live. That's systems of records. That's what IT has been used for the last 40 years. And I think we have come to the point that we do know that 1 + 1 = 2 in those systems, and debit and credit usually ends up in 0. So those systems are under control. The last 10 years has seen a big surge in what is called systems of engagement. It started with websites, moved into e-commerce, and last but not least, the latest wave is mobile devices. And everyone has one. You'll probably even bring it to work. You're probably even able to read email from your office, mostly without the IT department knowing it. But bringing your own device to your office is already all over the world, and IT department must live up to it. That's called systems of engagement, whether it's your own workforce or whether it's citizens of a country, whether it is students, you are engaging. It's not a bookkeeping system, you are engaging. It is a very different way of managing your systems. The last one that's coming into play is called systems of operations. So there are already insurance companies that will monitor your driving behavior. If you let them put in a little black box, you will have a lower insurance rate because they can see how you drive. Or higher if you're from Croatia, yeah? And that could also be smart meters. So for instance, in this country, if electricity is an issue, you could have smart meters, you could help people to understand how they consume energy, and you can actually even centrally be able to work through that information and tell them, hey, it looks like you have an air conditioning system from 1925. It's probably using a lot of electricity. So smart meters is a good example. Any kind of metering, healthcare. In the health sector, they have lots and lots of devices that does something, but most of them are not connected. And we could actually connect them, and we could get information out of them. So the whole systems of operations mean collecting lots of information. For instance, what is it? A Boeing airplane, during a flight of 7-8 hours, collects 750 terabytes of information, but we only get the last 5-10 minutes out of a black box. Why is that? Doesn't make sense, but all these devices inside a Boeing airplane actually sends out signals and information. We probably only need 1 or 2% of that information to do something about, which has relevance to us, and that is where this new cloud computing comes into place. You can actually massage that kind of information in your cloud computing center. You don't need a specific system just for that. You can handle it, and that's where the next world will be out there, us analyzing that. And that comes back to the big data. Big data is not just about your business intelligence, it's about, which has predefined rows and records, rows and columns, sorry. The big data is very much about collecting actions. What did he do? How can we see him move around on the screen? What did he do when he pressed here, etc.? Did he stay long enough on the page? Are we actually collecting information that makes our website or our mobile application sticky enough so people are actually using it, and where do they fall off? And are we collecting data about location awareness? Is it contextual, what we provide, etc., etc.? All of this I'm talking about could not happen without IP version 6. Just about, because we wouldn't be able to have enough address space, and that's what the next session is all about, IP version 6. And my own little claim to fame here, so you at least remember something about me. In 2003, I had a meeting. Has everyone heard of Steve Ballmer? I used to have a meeting with him every second year. And I actually told him in 2003, are you guys ready for IP version 6? Because we had already made all our computers ready for IP version 6 in 2003. We worked on it for 2-3 years. He came back to a meeting in 2007 with me and said, thank you guys. You made it possible for us to be ready in time because we hadn't thought of it and you made us aware of it. So that's my own little claim to fame in history in my life, is that I made Steve Ballmer aware of IP version 6. But with that, we're moving to a much more important person, and that is Mr. Shamin Futlo, who knows all about IP version 6. So please welcome him on stage.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So the subject actually is IPv6, seamless migration. So first we'll try to understand what is IP, because everyone is talking about IPv6 and IPv4, so we need to understand what is the Internet Protocol. it's a address mechanism that allow devices connected to a network to communicate from one to another. Okay? Without IP address, you will not be able to transfer one information from one device to another. So today, everyone is using IP version 4, okay, which is the first, which is 32 bits in terms of length. What will happen in the future is that we are going to start using IPv6, which is 128-bit length. So this one provides a larger address space, which will allow us to grow in terms of business. Why IPv6? Because eventually IPv4 will be short in the future. Okay? With only 4.3 billion IPv4 addresses, the address space of IPv4 will not be able to sustain the growth of the population itself. For example, 4.1 billion people on Earth, if we want to give them IP version 4, we will not be able to provide each and every one IP version 4 address. So we're talking about public IP address. We're not talking about private address. Public address means internet address that we use to surf internet, to browse websites, to access servers which are connected on the net, on the internet. Okay? By 2016, there will be around 20 billion devices online. So if 7.1 we are not able to meet, then how will we be able to meet 20 billion devices online in the future? So this is why we need the IPv6 address space. Now, with this address, we can reach up to 340 trillion addresses, which is very huge in terms of addresses, which we can provide an entire IPv4 address to every store on the universe. So this is how much address we are talking about. How do we get IPv6 address? Actually, IPv6 and all the IP resources are managed by IANA, which is the Internet Assigned Number Authority, which globally manage all the internet resources with the help of regional internet registrars. And for our region here, we are under the control of Afrinic, but we have 5 regional internet registrars. Emtel actually is a local internet registrar, and we have acquired IP address for version 4 and version 6, both from Afrinic, so that we can provide access to our customers, which are using today IP version 4, and which might be starting using IPv6 in the future. So we can provide IPv6 to mobile devices, we can provide IPv6 address to small business, and we can provide also for business enterprise. The big question why IPv6 is because IP version 4 is getting exhausted. The 5 RIO that we have been discussing, I mean, we have 2 which have already exhausted the range of IP version 4. They don't have any IP block in terms of version 4 anymore. So we have Europe and Middle East, which ended in September 2012, and we have Asia Pacific, which ended in April 2011. So now North America and Latin America also are going to be exhausted in the coming month, where we have Afrinic, which will not end very soon, but it depends on what are the development and what are the technologies that we are going to develop in the region. For example, if we are starting cloud, we're starting big data, and we're starting all the LTE networks, so all the devices will require IP address in the future to connect to internet. So the development might reduce this deadline. And then we are talking about IPv6 everywhere, which is ubiquitous communication. If we look at the evolution of IP version 4, which started around 1993, we move in 2003 with IP version 4 plus NAT and all kind of technologies which allow us to use that much of address space to expand the network. But with mobility and bring your own device, the trend of getting devices connected is increasing. So that's why they launched IPv6 in 2012. And since then, we see that we have reached around 10 billion devices connected. And we say it is the Internet of Things, age of devices. But now, if we want to bring more devices in the future, for example, reaching 50 billion by 2020, it's only possible via IPv6. Then everyone will be using IPv6, and it will be IPv6 everywhere. What are the features? The main features of IPv6 are unlimited address space, improved network because of the features. The protocol has been improved compared to version 4. We have mobility, which allows us to move from country to country without changing IP address, because today, if you move from one country to another, you are changing ISP, and then your IP changes. But using IPv6, you can have global reachable IP address. We call them global unicast address. Improved security with embedded IPsec, which is Internet Protocol Security, which is embedded end-to-end from device to device. We have routing efficiency with hierarchical design. We have pure end-to-end connectivity. Today we are using, for example, on mobile network, you're using a private IP behind a public IP. So it's not end-to-end, true end-to-end connectivity. With IPv6, this can be improved. We can have a device which is connected with a pure public IP on your mobile device. So this can enhance development in terms of new innovative features like peer-to-peer connectivity and sharing of information. Reduce costs, because IPv6, we have a feature called auto-configuration, which allows you to get your IP address automatically without any configuration. And this IPv6 address can engender new innovation, which will allow you to expand your business. What we have been doing at Emtel, we have constructed the whole network. I mean, using upgrades that we have been carrying out. We have modernized our network. We have upgraded all our systems. And today we have our network which is ready for any kind of transition. We have 3 major transitions that can allow customers and users to get access to IPv6. We have the main one is the dual stack, which allows you to be on version 4 and version 6 together. And then we have 6 to 4 and 4 to 6, which allow, for example, if someone which stays on IP version 4 and he wants to connect to a network which is IP version 6, they will use transition mechanism. They will use tunneling. If someone now has a native IPv6 network and they want to reach legacy network, they will have to use 6/4 tunneling. So the system is designed to allow you to stay connected, and both versions.
2011, they had this on their front page. Microsoft buys IP addresses for $7.5 million. The important thing I want you to notice is this. This effectively puts the value, at least to Microsoft, of one address at $11.25 US. Now, if you were starting your own business today in Africa or in India or China, how many people have that large amount of money to spend only on IP addresses? How many organizations? Not many. So you see that the net effect of this exhaustion is that it can artificially exclude some people out of the market for network infrastructure and services. Of course, the contrary is that if you get your IP address space from within the regional internet registries like Afinic, it's about the most expensive it is $1 per address per annum. Now, again, why do we need IP version 6 in Africa? That is the connectivity map. That's how Africa connected to the rest of the world. You had that long cable starting from Spain to the west coast, down to South Africa, through Mauritius, and to the Indian subcontinent. That did not change for 7 years, from 2001 to 2008. Suddenly, see what happened from 2008 to 2013. The entire continent is bombarded with lots of bandwidth, better connectivity, not just on the coasts, but also inland. That tells you that
a lot more countries, a lot more networks within these countries are connecting to the internet. And for that, they need IP addresses. We cannot continue to share 10 people sharing one IP address. So what are the challenges? We need to continue to grow the internet and get rid of that digital divide. IP version, that's one of our challenges. Also, we need to reduce complexity. I mean, how many of you have ever thought, we have these amazing devices in our pockets called smartphones. How many people have thought, why is it so impossible that I should be able to take a picture here and tell my grandmother in some other part of the country, watch this video? Why is something as simple as that not possible on most networks today? It's because of the complexity that results from the way we have attempted to manage IPv4 address shortage by something called network address translation. That is a challenge. We need to get rid of that in order we can bring back innovation. And of course, there's 4 billion people who are still not on the internet, 20 billion things. That is a challenge that we need to resolve, only IP version 6. So let's look at some of the challenges. I could talk about lots of the challenges. In fact, my job is I travel from one country to another. I teach network engineers how to design and build IPv6 networks. And I can tell you, in 5 days, I take a network engineer, I can teach him he will actually build an IPv6 network. So imagine my frustration when I meet this guy in another country. So what have you done? So I've not installed it. Why? My CEO, my manager, does not get it. Which is why, when I said clap for Emtel, I said clap not just for the technical guys, but for the management that has the foresight to see that even though it might not make in strict return on investment terms, it might not make sense in the short term, this is absolutely something we need to do. So there's complacence at management level about how important this thing is. And that is the biggest challenge. Of course, the other small challenges are structural. In some countries, there's large installed bases of old equipment that does not support this. And like you heard from Shamin, it's simple. It's a matter of policy. If your procurement policies say that we cannot deal with a vendor or a contractor if they do not support this capability, over time, you would build in capability without having to burst the bank. And of course, there's going to be the abusive use of network address translation. Network address translation is a technique. In fact, it's a mixed blessing. It is the only reason that we are not forced to solve this problem 10 years ago. But the cost has been really high. It has stifled innovation. It is making the internet to be this dumb, uninnovative network like the telephone system used to be. And that's one of the challenges we need to get rid of. So how does Afrinic help all of this? Every country you see in green is a country I and my team have been to, and we've trained network engineers. 1,500 network engineers from almost all the telecommunications companies in Africa. We've given them some of the best IPv6 training in the world. That's 46 countries and growing. So this year, we plan to do at least 20 more. So we provide training, hands-on training. It's not just sitting in class and talking about lectures, but actually building and testing these networks. And then also, we provide some kind of statistics to help people in government, people in business to see how is the continent doing. So you see, in Africa, we have 289 networks with IPv6. So I'm sure by the end of today, we can slightly make this to 290, Emtel officially being one of them, and 35% network penetration. So if you look, of course, Egypt has the highest number of IPv6 addresses in the world, followed by South Africa. And you see Mauritius is there around the third tier. So that we provide information that helps you make decisions. How do we stand? Because it's a technological battle. If you don't know where you sit vis-a-vis the other countries, you're not able to strategize, plan, and compete effectively. So the IP address, the address can go to 6spots.afrinic.net. So training and deployment information, that is what we do. And of course, we give the IP addresses that are required to build and maintain these networks. So if you want to talk about training, please feel free to come talk to me. We are just right here up the street at the Raffles Tower. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
I think this was very enlightening. I didn't know exactly how they go about it, but it's obviously they are out converting, and it seems like they need some management consultant, maybe from Arthur Little, to have teaching the CEOs of the companies what this means, yeah? So there's an opportunity for you. Our next speaker is, wrong paper. Next speaker is Dr. Kay Olun, the Executive Director from ICTA. Is Dr. Kay Olun here? Yes, he is. He's been listening to every single presentation diligently, so I am sure he has a comment on all of it now.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, no. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. And
Okay.
just press forward, yeah? Or arrow, down arrow. Down arrow. Show you. Okay, and now you're there. And then
Okay,
just-
fine. Well, thank you very much indeed, Kim. Good afternoon to you all. I'll just try to make sure that I don't get you sleeping. So it's very difficult to be, the last speaker in a session, but I just try to make it as enjoyable as possible. So in the very first part of my presentation, I'll just take the opportunity to explain to you, give you an insight about what is it that is changing at the level of regulation, because I think Jérôme gave you a flavor initially. The way that we manage spectrum is changing. So we shall try to see how is it that we are changing our own scope of regulating the ICT sector and why we should do that. And the fact that today we will be talking about IPv6 from a regulatory perspective. We've heard the operator, what he's doing. We've heard from AFRENIC, what they are doing. So why is it that IPv6 is an important issue from the regulatory perspective? I think there are two key terms which were mentioned. One is scarcity. The other one is we are going to go for the divide. So whenever there is a divide, whenever there is a scarcity, the administrations of essential facilities of a country has got to get in. And this is precisely the role of ICTA in that regard. And of course, we'll try to talk about what is it that we've been doing so far in relation to IPv6, what are the initiatives we've taken, what has been the conclusion of workshops that we have held, and what is it that we are recommending. So if you look at the ICT environment, it is becoming more and more complex. More and more complex to the extent that we are in a real cloud. So what will be the role of a regulator within this background? And this is where we said that it has been the consensus worldwide at the level of the International Telecommunications Union is that we have to reinvent the regulation. That is, move towards the fourth generation regulation. What are the other three generations? I think in other knowledge series we can talk about that. This is not the purpose of today's session. So when we are talking about the fourth generation regulator, we see ourselves more as an enabler of economic and development for the country. And as Jérôme explained initially, even the way that we do spectrum management, we are changing our approach. And again, the same principle applies for all future when we have to execute our 26 functions under the law. That is, what is the new approach that we undertake within the new framework? And when we talk about new framework, there are a lot of pressures. We are talking about IPv6 coming in. We are talking about maybe on the next 4 to 5 years, we won't even need to have telephone numbers. And probably the question that I put today, do we need a phone to talk in the next 5 years? If we start having Internet of Things, having the right sensors to capture your voice and the right sensors to convert your signal into a message that you can hear. So I think these are the kind of challenges that we are going to face. And today, if you look at applications like Skype, we don't even need to have a SIM card on your phone to talk. So we can talk without a SIM. So these are the kind of challenges that we are going to face. And IPv6, to my mind, has been one of that aspect which have really allowed the regulator to do some rethinking about how we are going to regulate. When we talk about why is it that IPv6 is important from the regulatory perspective, As I mentioned, being the administrations for electronic communications in the country, we are guided by international resolutions which are taken at the ITU. And these are the two main resolutions which were taken at the plenipotentiary meeting of 2010, which was held in Mexico. And of course, we do interact with the ITU. There has been an IPv6 forum which has been created. We do participate actively in advising administrations or other member states on the approaches to be adopted with a view to making sure that we really don't face a scarcity and we do make effective use of this scarce resource, which is number. And of course, we also participate in a number of working groups at the level of the ITU, which has got an interest into IPv6. So these are just background information, but what is it? Why is it that we have to be interested in IPv6? IPv6 is just like any other resource. Just like your telephone numbers, be it mobile or fixed, we have to make sure that we do have the sufficient number for naming and addressing. So we make a difference between naming, that is, it is your number, it's the source, and addressing, which is the routing. So we need both to ensure that you can communicate properly in an electronic communication world. So the general approach, as laid down by the ITU, is there, and I think Emtel gave a very good presentation demonstrating that they have gone through all these processes. So in our consultations that we had with the industry, we went through the same general approach, that is, trying to teach, trying to recommend to the industry this is the right approach that you have to adopt. And from the ICTA perspective, our focus is more on this, pale blue area? That is, we are much more concerned with the network operators, because this is what the law allows us to do. We don't want to get into the user's premises, the corporate network. So to the extent that if the network operators are really IPv6 compliant, they are IPv6 ready, the fact that you are in a cloud environment, you're in a network environment, definitely puts the pressure on all the users to become IPv6 ready. So in fact, these are the recommendations that we came up with, because we started some consultation a couple of years back, and we found that as a regulator, we should not force IPv6. We should just be an enabler for IPv6 to happen. We should not prescribe how it should be done, but we should be very open, okay? That is, allowing operators to decide on the market at what point in time he does it, but of course, he should have a roadmap to do it. And of course, I think this slide has been presented by Emtel and even Afrinic. Capacity building remains one of the cornerstones of that migration. And I think Emtel has demonstrated that, how you can do that successfully and make sure that you achieve this transition. I'm just going to... And from the regulator's perspective, I believe that after the consultation that we have conducted, there will be the need now to come up with, we call it directive in our normal jargon, but we are going to rephrase it into guidelines, which we intend to issue to the industry. And of course, we will encourage ISPs, please do take the lead, try to do this transition. I'm not using the word migration because I understand that migration costs more than transition. So please just do the transition, and that's it. Where do we go from here? So far, I think since we started the consultation, we are pleased to note that Afrinic website and even ICTA, and today, because the slide was prepared yesterday, I did not know that Emtel is on IPv6, so I would have added Emtel there. So we note that at least we have 3 institutions in this country who are already on IPv6. So what do we need to do? Please, just tuck your sleeves, as Nick has done, or as Sham, don't even put a long sleeve. Keep the work, just do the work, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are now all encouraged to move forward. I would like to invite the last two sessions speakers to come up here on stage, and we have a quick panel. So if I could ask Jérôme, Marek, Paul, Shyam, Dr. Oden, and did I forget someone in this term? Please come here up on stage, and we'll just grab a seat, some of you, and others will be, I'll be standing. So come on, come on. Yes, okay. So Paul will be standing in that end, and I'll be standing on this end, and the rest of you sit down. So you take the center stage, it's okay. Please have a seat. So, you have now listened to so many speakers, you've heard so many variations of cloud, you heard how it's all enabled, and it's all going to come out of the data centers of Emtel as well. You must have some questions for the panelists here. Anything that's really a burning issue. There's got to be one thing you've been thinking about that I would like to know. So you are fully informed and ready to move to IP version 6 at home? Is that what you're saying? I have one question, actually. Are there any guidelines from Emtel? Are there any guidelines from the ICTA? Or what does a company do in their own premises to move from IP4 to IP6 so they internally can be ready?
Yep. In fact, we do have a guideline which has been issued last year, the month of July. It's available online on our website. So it is an IPv6 transition guideline for corporates. Okay. So we have the guide which is there, and we've got an FAQ as well. And we have invited as well any views from any users, any new issues that may arise. We have given a contact address, so you can just mail us on that address, and we'll try to see how we can organize forum of this nature so that we can provide at least some reflection on those issues that might pop up in the process. But in fact, that guideline is available online on the ICT website. Okay. Is that guideline primarily meant for technical people, or is it also for managers to understand the importance? It's mainly for managers from a corporate perspective. And for the technical people, I think we do run training sessions at times. And this is where we do get the support of the industry, because I think we have run 2 training sessions for technical people. But as you mentioned, the guideline is principally for managers, the decision makers. That is why we should do it and how to do it from an administrative perspective, the process that you have to adopt. Yes, very good. Paul, is Emtel doing something to educate the world?
Well, actually, having gone ourselves through the process of transition, and not migration, we're happy to support now with the expertise we've built, in-house. Any company that would be willing to undertake, this transition as well, and migrate from IPv4 to IPv6, as it might for some of you still be, words, even though the presentations were very clear. So in Shamin's presentation, there were a few pointers towards, the process that was followed to basically transition towards IPv6. So we're happy to support and eventually take that offline with you afterwards, any endeavor to migrate there.
Okay, very good. Someone, do you have anything to comment on this?
What I'd like to add to that is, just like I mentioned, that the biggest problem with migration really has not to do with the engineers. The engineers have long known that we needed to do this like 10 years ago. It's the managers saying, the managers control the resources. Either it's in buying equipment or sending people for training, or even giving people time to work on this migration. And that's the problem. So what we've done at Alphenix is that last year we've developed a course. We call it IPv6 Strategy and Planning, strictly for people at the managerial and executive level. Nothing technical, but it tries to frame the problem of IPv6 deployment in terms of the business issues that the organization faces. Because if you don't get it that way, then they won't know how to support the engineers, either with the appropriate funds, the giving them time or authorizing the process, the projects for this to happen. And we are happy to work with the ICTA or other partners to deliver this training to the managers in Mauritius. We did have 2 days with South Africa, the South African government. Last December, I was with the ministers from 5 African countries in Tunis. So we try and do this in at least each of the 6 African regions every year. So we have to do a lot more of that in Mauritius since we are here.
Okay.
I mean, what I would like to add actually is the biggest hindrance that we got during the migration and transition, all the testing that we have been doing is, the big question is about connected devices. I mean, today we have a demo which is working on some of the devices, but not all devices are able to support IPv6 today. So what we wanted to do is create awareness among industries which are bringing devices to get connected to a network, like IT hardwares and softwares and mobile devices, and coming up with sensor networking devices and big data and all these. So all these devices need to be ready for IPv6. So what we need to ensure that these firmware and all the software need to support IPv6, because this was the biggest issue that we had, and this took us a long time to be ready for IPv6.
So what you're saying is that if people just leave with one thing from this meeting, is that they should please make sure whenever they procure hardware and software, it's IP version 6 ready.
Yeah.
And you put that in the contract. Then you already are on a good trajectory for solving a problem from now on in the future. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you could put some guidelines on your website on what you found, what people, how they should find out of these things, etc. I think that would be very good because you have the expertise. You've been through this as one of the few. As one of the few.
We have a page which has been launched today for IPv6 on our website. So we're going to add the FAQ also over there.
I think maybe if you did a little video talking about this, and you had the director here from ICTA to talk about it, you had someone from Afrinic, just that this is happening, this is what you should do, then that'd be a nice thing to have on your website maybe. Because then it shows total leadership on your behalf, I would say. Yeah. And of course, the CTO must talk over all that. Yeah, I know, I understand, Paul. I also like the discussions we had about the LTE, what opportunities you can from a business and government to citizen opportunity you have, and from government to employee, and from business to employee. There's a lot of great opportunities of building mobile applications, and I wouldn't be surprised, I don't know the next coming knowledge series, but maybe the whole issue of software development over LTE is maybe something that could be of interest as a session in the future here. I think it would make good sense and get the universities to run away and do some applications for you. I think that could be an interesting thing to see what comes out of that. Because I tell you, the young students, they know how to develop in this space and they know what to do. They just don't have the resources, but you now have a government cloud computing center, there's Emtel computing center, and there's computing centers everywhere. Maybe get the next level of people involved and create an ecosystem of young entrepreneurs and innovators that actually goes out and do things that you haven't thought of yet.
And if I might add to that, at FINIC we have a fund to support development of such applications. In fact, there's a Mauritian, Dr. Viv Padeyachi, he won a grant, and he's using some sensors in Mauritius to measure water level remotely in different parts of the island. And he plans to extend that to the rest of the continent. That's a typical application that would really need IP version 6 and networks like LTE. So it's good, first of all, that we get the rest of the community to know about things like that happening, and also the fact that, okay, fine, if you're stuck for funding, go to fire.org, fireafrica.org, it's a website. Fire Africa. If you go to our website, it's Fire Africa, it's a website. If you have a project idea, how you want to do something, you can get funding from $5,000 to $10,000 to get started with. Lots of people have benefited from it already. So, one, make sure other people know about these things. I don't know how many of you know about the project to measure water level in Mauritius, but it's happening. And also, encourage people that, okay, there's funding out there.
Very good. And is that a comment or a question? Okay, so please, microphone.
maybe you covered this already on the IPv6, but I wanted to understand what is the business impact of a company not actually doing it.
Business impact. Actually, what we think of IPv6 is it's more about readiness for the future. I mean, today we've that much of IP address version 4 that we already still have at Aphonic. It will be sufficient for you for the business, but there are new features and new innovation that is coming out, like for example sensor networking, which are devices which are, you know, that will create new networks. So for the business which will stay on IPv4, they will need to invest in transition model so that they can speak to these new networks. So the impact is you will have to invest in transition model and ensure that you still talk to future networks. But IPv4 in the future will become legacy network.
If I can add to this, just taking one step back, we've spoken about IPv6, LTE, cloud. These are all enablers, basically. And one of the themes is technology adoption for businesses. If you look at it, these enable business, and it becomes very obvious as enablers that this is where we're stepping in today and what we need tomorrow, not because we want to just sell technology, but because the technology is required to support the needs of all the businesses. So IPv6 was in time a bold step to take because, as I think you mentioned, it was a management decision and didn't have any return on investment right away. You can, I guess, still live on IPv4 today. But whether we want it or not, and you see numbers and big data numbers, we need to, all the businesses and companies will need to eventually transition towards, you know, reaching out to all these, not only people, but devices out there that need addressing. So it's not only about IPv6, but all the other enablers all together that create this whole ecosystem of things and the internet of eventually everything. That's tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, there are some research which have been conducted, and maybe I can share that with you. But the fact remains that, you know, if you want to do that transition, you put yourself at disadvantage in terms of the scope of your own business, and there is the risk of being disconnected. That's it. So I don't think we can put a monetary value at this stage on this, let's say for Mauritius, because we've tried to say in our the study that we conducted, we tried to some extent to quantify that, but it was very, very difficult. Difficult to the extent that we found that it is more qualitative impact, that is in terms of the scope for you to grow because of what is happening in terms of technology. And I think, as even Paul was saying, I think the IPv6 has been there since very, very long. Okay? I think it has just been called IPv6 recently, but it was IPNG at some point in time, at the time of research. So I think the goal was the recommendation was trying to move towards that. But I think the more we are waiting till 2020, let's say, if we use this as the benchmark, I think you just presented that, there is the higher risk of being disconnected with the rest of the world because all the other servers will have already migrated. So we will be moving towards another divide. So it's more a risk, it's more being at a disadvantage in terms of scope, but then you can still use your IPv4 today. So it's just a question of assessing the risk that is associated with that. But I can share with you there are some research which have been conducted in other jurisdictions, at least just to give us an idea about what are the major risks.
I like to use a little correlation to this. Is, do you have to maintain your car every year and get it to the service? You don't. But for every year you don't do it, you run a little bit bigger risk because it may just break one day. And that is what can happen if you don't move your way slowly but surely into IPv6. It's as simple as that.
Okay, let me give you an example from a company that had this level of thinking and fundamentally changed the competitive structure of their industry. Hurricane Electric. 10 years ago, it was a small ISP in America, very, very unknown. They were not a big player. But 10 years ago, they decided to invest massively in IPv6. Today, they've become one of the world leaders, and suddenly they are among the top 10 players in the industry. That's foresight, that they used that to fundamentally change the competitive structure of their market. Was that beneficial to them? In real terms, yes, it is. Now, there is no country in the world that isn't talking about universal broadband. Knowing that for Africa, Mauritius, I'm part of Asia Pacific, we cannot get more addresses. If we don't do IP version 6, we cannot solve the broadband problem. If we don't do IP version 6, real cybersecurity is not going to happen. Take, for example, every government in every country now requires you to register your mobile phone number. Now, there was an interesting statistic out of the World Economic Forum. At least on mobile telecommunications network, I'm sure they'll agree with me, data is becoming a lot much more than voice. Now, how many of you are willing to bet that governments will now require companies to begin to log, to track who is doing what at what time? We might fight it, but it's going to happen. There's been an analysis by one of our colleagues at APNIC. The cost of maintaining that data, if you don't have IP version 6 or public IPv4 addresses, is prohibitive. And the last thing I would like to say is, we all think, we say the internet is a tool for economic development. In fact, some of the top countries in the world, there's a specific amount of the GDP of the country that can directly be attributed to use of the internet. And it is not the internet where 10 people share one address. It's an internet in which one person can have 10 addresses if they want to. So there's lots of benefits if you look far ahead. But if you look in traditional return on investment, you might smile for a short time, but it's going to be really painful in 10 years' time.
You don't do return on investment about servicing your car. I don't think so. It's something you just have to do. So start that. And remember, if you run out of address space and you suddenly come up with a great new idea in your business and you need to launch something and you can't get an address space for it, then you can't launch your business. Simple as that. I think with this, and any further questions for the panels? Any further questions to Steffi? Then I think I will say thank you very much to the panelists. And let's give them a hand. And I would then like to invite the CEO of Emtel, Shyam, to come and close off this session. And while he do that, I'll say I'm very impressed about the quality of the speakers today. I think they've done a very good job. I think we should give them a little hand. And I would actually also like to say thank you very much to the people who organized all this, those who had the ideas for it, and those who actually worked for a month to get this working. So a big hand to them. And I look forward to see what comes out of the next couple of series of this. But final words, CEO of Emtel, the one who sponsored this whole event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, what time is it? Just on time, right? I think, just to recap, what was the objectives of today's workshop? It's to share the knowledge, the technologies available with you, so that you can in turn go back and try to use it and improve your own businesses. And the subjects we had today are very hot subjects. Data center, cloud, IPv6, and 4G. I hope it's a bit clearer today now, after this morning. And I think if you need further help to understand further, I think you can call us. We can explain to you further, clarify to you. And don't forget, we have We are ready for data center, we are ready for IPv6, we are ready for 4G LTE. Cloud, we will be ready very soon. So we are here, you can take our services. Now, I think our next Emtel Knowledge Series will take place in the next quarter, probably in June. And we'd like to invite any private sector company who want to join us to come and present your experience with us. Please get in touch with us. We'll let you know when in June, sometime in June. And I would like to thank all the speakers, those who have come from abroad, and those from local institutions. Thank you very much for your efforts, the time you have put in, the efforts you have put in, the time you have given us today. I think is extremely valuable, and we look forward to see you again. And I would like also to thank Kim for being a great moderator. So big applause for If you have any feedbacks, we'd like to receive feedbacks from you. Please email us. We have a contact email, right, Vasan? Email us. We'd like to know how you found this workshop so that next time we can improve further. Thank you very much. And thank you all delegates for being here and listening to us this whole day. Thank you.